Bow! What's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy. And this is the Nerdy.
The Wordy.
The Book Club. That's right, we're back for Wind and Truth Day 2. Chapters 14 to 33.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Farmers. Bum, ba, dum, ba, 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 ba.
I was going to say we're halfway through the book, but that is definitely not
incorrect.
true. This book is too long, but don't worry, you'll know who everyone wants to sleep with.
Hell yeah. We're turning this into a smut novel. We don't need Smut Corner anymore.
Seriously.
Yeah, it's time to retire Smut Corner.
Yeah, Brandon Sanderson got horny one day, and we lost our job. So
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I'm anticipating the audience for the show will be much lower now that we have no reason to be here. Previously, we were the ones adding sex scenes to these books.
Yeah, for
famously
30 seconds at the end.
100 Companions blowbang from Wheel of Time.
Is that the famous one?
I think that was that's the most iconic smut thing we came up with.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I think that was where we peaked, and I think the show has only been getting worse ever since then.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, chat? How we doing?
Good morning, everybody. Did Sando bomb with this one? I don't know what you mean by bomb.
We're only on day 2.
Yeah. It's tough for me to judge the book. I think that one of the things that's tough about this show in particular is that we talk about these books, and in the moment I can be like, I don't know that I'm enjoying this. And then, like, you know, it comes together in the end. This is a book where I can honestly say, I don't know if I'm enjoying this. But it could come together in the end. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm overwhelmed. This book is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. There's a lot of things going on. And because I am overwhelmed, I feel like I don't care as much as I should.
That's such an interesting point.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get into that in a second. Before we do, we have to mention today's sponsor, which I realized I messed up because the description, the link is not in the description. But I'm going to drop the link in the chat. The sponsor of today's thing is us. We are sponsoring our own show to tell you that we are doing a charity event.
Hell yeah.
Starting November 8th. We're doing a charity event, but I was like, I want to do something before it begins. Clarus, I was in a Best Buy, and I was like, they've got Nintendo Switch 2s. I want to do something before it begins. What if I bought another Switch 2 and we gave it to the community
Hell yeah.
for charity?
Hell yeah.
So, if you would like a Nintendo Switch 2, this Nintendo Switch 2 in my hand right now, with Mario Kart World, all you have to do is click on the link in the chat right now. I'll add it to the description as well. Click the link, go to the Tiltify, donate $5 or more. Every $5 you donate is a raffle ticket to win this Nintendo Switch 2. The charity event hasn't even begun yet. None of the matching donations have started yet. We're already at $550 raised.
Hell yeah.
So thank you to everyone who's donated. Everyone who's trying to win this sweet, sweet, glorious Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, there's 2 quick things. You have to give us contact information when you donate. We have to be able to know who it is. Don't do it anonymously.
No, no. That's fine, actually. We figured that out.
Well, you still need to at least include an email.
Yeah.
Yes. Your email needs to be there, and you have to be there on November 8th when we draw it, because we're not going to draw it and be like, are they here? Are they going to claim it? I don't know. You got to be there.
You also have to be in North America.
Yes, you have to be in North America, except Quebec.
Nope, that's actually fine now.
What?
Yeah, that changed in October of 2023, and I didn't know.
Good for Quebec.
Good for Quebec.
I'm happy for you guys.
So if you're in Quebec, you can now receive a Nintendo Switch 2.
You can participate in society.
Please ignore all the previous videos that we made about this.
Okay, all right. Yeah. That's very cool.
That is the sponsor, but we're here to talk about Book Club. Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
So today we're talking about day 2 of The Wind and Truth. Clarus.
Yes.
Is there any other housekeeping we have to do?
I don't think so. We're gonna be at PAX U, so if you're gonna be there, say hi.
Yeah, we are gonna be at PAX U.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Yeah, how did you feel about the book so far? At day 2, did it change your feelings of day 1?
Did it change my feelings of day 1? No.
Yeah.
No.
Not at all.
Not really.
Okay.
I don't really feel like anything was recontextualized in a way that,
Yeah, no, I understand that. I guess the thing about the 2 days now for me is how very different they feel.
Yeah.
and how I'm trying to figure out how to talk about this book in a way that doesn't sound overly negative, because I don't want to be overly negative. I don't, because I actually don't think it's like bad.
No,
But
I'm still liking it.
At the same time, I think that it feels very disjointed.
Yeah. And it also feels very different from the previous 4 books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that what's so interesting about this book is that while I am actually enjoying... While I'm enjoying the reading, like, chapter to chapter, I find myself rather unmoored by the experience.
Yeah.
And I don't feel quite as... it sort of feels like the
like a plastic bag
safety of it
drifting through the wind.
No, well, kind of. No, but yeah, kind of like that. But in this case, it's more like there's a shiny thing over here, and then there's a shiny thing over here, and then there's a shiny thing over here, and those things are shiny. Mm-hmm. And there's no individual plot line that I think is like the tanker that's not good.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, sometimes when a book is like this, it's because there's like 3 plot lines that I'm really enjoying, and then there's one that I don't want to go back to.
Yeah.
This book instead has a bunch of plot lines that are all interesting and all good, but Brandon Sanderson's style of like cutting away from everything as soon as it hits the next interesting beat, it cuts just before that interesting beat to a different plot line.
Yeah.
That is at a wildly different place in its momentum and stakes and like character journey.
Yeah, it's the thing that made me stop reading Game of Thrones.
See, but the thing that I think George R. R. Martin does really well is he doesn't switch POVs mid-chapter. So chapters are their own things.
For sure.
And also, those books, in my opinion, carry momentum really well across books. Yeah. I find the arc of momentum in George R. R. Martin's... The reason why I think Game of Thrones is so successful is because I think that he carries momentum across a book very well until book 4 and 5, where it gets muddy. But the first 3 Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire books, I think all carry momentum really strongly through the POVs. Right now, I don't feel like momentum is carrying through these POVs.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes we're literally starting a new idea mid-chapter, and the new idea is good. And so I'm like, oh, okay, other than the one chapter 18, which we'll talk about. But for the most part, like, these ideas are good and I like them. Mm-hmm. But the way this is... And we found out last week that Brandon Sanderson writes entire POVs one at a time and then like smushes them together. Yeah. And I feel like I agree the smush of writing a POV and then writing another POV and then being like, I guess these 2 moments from these 2 chapters that I wrote maybe weeks, months apart, they're going to be in the same chapter. I think I'm feeling that right now. Yeah.
I'm not really sure how... I would honestly just prefer a little less jumping around and a little more this chapter is this person, in my personal opinion. I do love Ember's point is, so glad we found out this week that Shalon Spren absolutely watched and she's kind of into vital information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We learn a lot about sex in this book, y'all.
We learn a lot about everybody's desires and preferences and icks and...
What Brandon Sanderson thinks about gay people in the closet.
Sure. Yeah.
That was a point of view I didn't know we were ever going to get from the man.
Had no idea.
Was what he thought gay people should do if they're in the closet. But, you know, I kind of agree with him, so I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, Ernest, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you, Ernest Hale.
The 10-day format would have worked better as a standalone Cosmere novella, not as a main Stormlight book. I think it's really tough for this series in particular. And we shall see if he pulls it off by the end, because right now it does feel, like you said, a little muddy. And it's not that I'm not enjoying it, but I feel like I am struggling to care in the way that I should and like keep up with the jumping around in particular. That's something that I struggle with in books. I know that about myself. And so far in the Stormlight Archive, it hasn't been a problem. We've done Mistborn books where we jump around POVs, and it's not been a problem.
Yeah.
And for some reason in this book, it's just very all over the place, and it feels very stop, start in a way that I can't, like, I'm not picking up this book and I'm like, I gotta keep going. Like, I'm like on the edge of my seat, like riveted, like, what's next? It feels too disjointed for me to, like, get in that zone.
Can I offer up a reason why I think that might be the case?
Sure.
I believe that Brandon Sanderson has a preferred way of seeding mystery in everything. Just having everything be a build up to a reveal.
Yeah.
That is really failing him in this book in particular, because we're jumping around so many plot lines and we don't have touchstones on what we are trying to accomplish in those plot lines. Right? Like, one of the criticisms that Avengers Endgame gets is that there's a long period in the base before they time travel. Sorry, spoilers for Avengers Endgame. But they time travel in the movie. And when they time travel, they separate into different plot lines. And there is a long sequence of exposition that is multiple jokey scenes to establish what each of those time travel missions is going to be.
Okay, yeah.
And I've seen people criticize that as being like, God, there's this weird exposition dump right before this all happens. And I'm like, if you don't have that, you cannot jump around multiple timelines, multiple universes, the next 12 minutes of the movie, and have the audience feel comfortable in each of those things, because they won't understand what the stakes are in those individual plots, right?
Right, yes.
This is a book where the jumping around is from plotline to plotline, where we don't know what the stakes of any of the plots are. Obviously, they're all world-ending, but they're all kind of like these massive, like, the numbers are too big for human beings to empathize with kind of plot lines. And
a little bit.
We don't know what anyone's actual goals are. Like, Adlin is going to go hold a metal dome for a few days until another army arrives. Sigil is going to go save the Shattered Plains. We don't know what that means.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
we also don't know what it means for, like, what the fuck the Ghost Bloods are doing, and like, what kind of consequences that has, and because they're from off-world, it's like, how connected is it really to this plot? And then literally Kaladin is like off on a quest that he's told is not that important. There will be another quest that reveals itself on the quest that you just kind of gotta, like, lean into the vibes.
There was a gifted, sorry, we'll talk about the gifted in a second. Thank you, Blues Box. I just want to get this point on that. There was a comment on a YouTube video that was like, there's not that many plots in this book, and they listed all the plots and forgot about Kaladin and Zeth.
Really?
I was like, it's so funny that your argument is that there aren't too many plots, but you've forgotten one of the plots.
Yeah.
Blues Box, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships.
Thank you. Guys, there's a lot of audiobooks for this book. So if you want to become a member, join the Patreon. There's lots to listen to, lots of chit-chat to catch up on, for sure. But now 10 of you can get into those reactions. Thank you, Blues Barros. Ghostbloods do feel disconnected from the rest of the plot, which is weird considering they are part of the main plot. Yeah, like, both things are true, and I'm just really struggling in particular with all of the threads. I don't mind books that have a lot of pieces to them, as long as I feel like, sorry, I have no idea what's going on with my hair here. Don't worry about it. As long as I feel like I have a good, strong connection to some of it somewhere in there.
Chad, I just got an avail check. That won't mean anything to 99% of the world population, but I just got an avail check.
Avail check. I love that you fucking abbreviated it too.
What would you call it?
Availability check?
No one says availability check. It's an avail. God. I'm tech avail, chat, is what I'm saying. I am tech avail, and I am very happy about it. Sorry, what were you saying? I got
yeah, I know.
Distracted.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I feel like I am struggling with all the different threads, and I'm not even 100% sure why yet. Because if I think about how they are connected, there are things in there, but maybe it comes back to that everything has to be a mystery thing.
I think that I genuinely think that's what it is.
Especially in this book, because I feel like we keep finding out that information that we know is actually incorrect. Like, we keep having the rug pulled out from under us, and so I feel like I've almost stopped paying attention to the information that the book tells me, because I'm like, it's probably gonna change. They're probably gonna have it wrong. This character actually doesn't know what they're talking about.
That's really interesting.
You like, maybe, am I crazy, chat? Am I crazy, or does everything feel like a rug pull?
I've made that complaint before.
Yeah.
Like, I have kind of criticized the Stormlight for being so unreliable that it's hard to understand what I'm supposed to care about. Like, the narrators are the narrators of this series are so unreliable, and the information that we receive is so often lies, that because there's so much lore and world building and information, it's actually hard to remember what's
true and what's actually not, and what's been, like, not retconned. I don't say that in, like, a Brandon Sanderson fucked up kind of way. I mean, like, literally, like, our characters didn't know and they've learned new information. Yeah. And maybe that's why I'm struggling to kind of care. Yeah. Like, as much as I think I should. Because I will say, the moment where Gavinor gets pulled into the spiritual realm, that got me to care, for sure. Like, I was like, oh my god, there's, like, there's a thread here that is very simple. Right? Very simple. There is a child in danger in a world where, like, time does not move properly, and this poor child is already traumatized and terrified as friend. That's, you know, that feels very straightforward and simple, and I feel like that's why I latched onto it and I cared about it, because it's not complicated. It's very easy to grasp. Like, God, I hope someone finds Gavinor and that he's going to be safe.
Well, this spiritual realm dance, I'm excited for it because I think it's going to lead to some very interesting information about the world building, and
I'm excited for, like, the creativity. I know Brandon Sanderson rocks creativity and how, like, his magic functions. I am excited for the spiritual realm,
but at the same time, it's really hard for me to, like, feel super invested in the danger of the spiritual realm when it's like these characters who are all essentially immortal. So one of the problems this series has, I think, is that we're at a point now where almost everyone is radiant. And it's that, like, these fights are happening between characters where they only matter if they have a special dagger, because every character can take like, Shallan can get shot through the head, right? And so when you're like, we're sending Dalinar and Navani, Shallan, Windrunners, and Renarin and Relaine to the spiritual realm.
And a 5-year-old.
Well, no, but I'll get to that. Yeah. We're sending all these people who we have shown throughout these books are basically immortals. Like, basically indestructible, right? That the only characters who are going are these superpowered people. I'm like, okay, they're gonna be fine. They all have ungodly powers. But now you put a regular person with them. And yes, it is also a child, which is a little bit of a cheat code. But there's now a person on this mission. In this realm with them. Who is actually in danger. James Ross says they can run out of Stormlight and die. I have a question about this. Can they run out of Stormlight in the spiritual realm?
Navani and Dalinar can both open perpendicularities.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't know that they can run out of Stormlight in the spiritual realm at all.
Maybe the spiritual realm is just made of investiture.
I don't think they can make a perpendicularity in the spiritual realm.
Well, how would they know?
But here's the thing. When the point I'm making is when Dalinar opens a perpendicularity, the energy that comes through the spiritual realm comes from the spiritual realm into the physical.
Yeah, so
that's where they're getting
that's where Stormlight comes from.
Yes.
So yeah, how would they be able to run out of Stormlight in the spiritual realm?
If the spiritual realm is Stormlight, is where the Stormlight comes from, how could they run out there?
Yeah, that's true.
Mavrin says no Windrunners went. Sorry, Mavrin. I was specifically talking about before we go through the portal, right? I was talking about, like, them going on the mission. I was like, you're sending all these characters who are essentially indestructible.
Right, yeah.
So when Gavinor got sent with them, I know the Windrunners left because they were, like, just fucking morons. We'll get to the lunacy and the how disappointed I am in Shallan when we get there. But I don't understand how you can run out of Stormlight in the spiritual realm. I just don't know how that would work. It's essentially like the tower, right? Like they can no longer run out of tower light in the tower.
Yeah.
Because the tower's turned on.
Now, what I will say,
because everyone's fucking in it.
I definitely am. Everyone is fucking in it. Maybe it's tower light. Maybe tower light actually makes everybody horny, and that's why this book is so horny.
That would be so funny.
If it's just like,
if there is a in-universe
like
reason for why Brandon Sanderson is writing more sex.
Yeah, right. He's like, I just wanted to make it smutty, so I'm gonna give a reason for it. But I've never really been worried about that these characters would die.
Yeah.
But that being said, I do think that there are obviously other consequences of being in the spiritual realm, including like getting lost and coming back a million years later. Light and Fool, welcome back to the Nerds Radiant.
Sorry, jumped over that.
Yeah, sorry.
Remember for 5 months here, maybe it's less confusing in the spiritual realm. Based on how they talk about it, I doubt it.
Well, I'd love to find out, because all Hoyd will be like, I'm scared of it. And that's kind of all we know. And that time happens simultaneously, because wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff. Yeah.
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 You know, I'm sorry that you're not you're struggling to care. I'm weirdly in a place where I do care, maybe too much, because I'm also just like frustrated with certain characters, not with the writing of them. I'm just frustrated with them.
Yeah,
I'm frustrated with Shallan right now.
Shallan has gone from one of my favorite characters in fantasy to someone that I'm very frustrated with. I'm annoyed.
Yeah, but part of that is also the writing choices, right? Like I think that the like soft retcon of everything that Shallan went through at the end of last book.
The fact that Vale is just back.
Yeah, Vale should be gone.
Yeah.
It is so disappointing to me that Vale is talking her through stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what was the point of doing all the entirety of the Rhythm of War plotline?
Well, and
if Shallan is still like, I don't know if I can do this, and Vale's like, you can, and I'm like, no, we did this.
And I wish that like Vale's lessons or whatever had left an imprint, right? If Shallan is there thinking like, what would Vale do? Kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Like, is remembering Vale and like trying to put herself in Vale's shoes.
Yeah.
I think that would be much more emotionally impactful, right?
Yes.
It would feel like growth of the character, whereas the way that Brandon Sanderson has chosen to do this is that Vale is still very much present, and so the moment at the end of the last book kind of doesn't really matter, except that Vale can't like take control anymore.
Arazu says Vale is no longer fronting, and that matters. It doesn't, though. Like, it doesn't change how the character interacts with these scenes, right? And that's what doesn't matter. I understand that for Shallan's like mental health, she says that it matters, and so that's all that matters. I understand that argument, but in the way that Brandon Sanderson constructs the writing of these chapters, Shallan, we went through this whole book arc that was about her assimilating Vale into herself, and that those memories are hers, and that those actions are hers.
Yeah.
And then in this book, so far, anytime anything has come up that would be what Vale was good at, Shallan doesn't respond any differently than she would have in Rhythm of War, right? And so if you're going to... If you want to have it be a situation where Shallan is healthier and Vale isn't like fronting anymore, I don't think that you should have written the magical transformation light weaving moment with Vale in the last book and had Shallan at the end of last book be like, she's gone.
Yeah.
Like the language at the end of Rhythm of War was Vale's gone.
Yeah.
I don't need her anymore.
Yeah.
And then the language at the beginning of this book is like, well, actually, no. And that's the only thing I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with Vale still being around and Shallan being healthier. It's the way that the end of Rhythm of War had this, like, crescendo moment.
Yeah.
It's the same problem I have with the end of Words of Radiance. Yeah. We have these crescendo moments where they're like, and they die. And then they're, like, back. And you're like, if you want to have Vale be in the background, and not need to front because Shallan is better, but she's still there talking to her, I just think that you have to handle the end of Rhythm of War better. But the expectation that was set up by the light weaving explosion moment was that Shallan was going to approach these situations like Vale and her are one, like they have become this like she has assimilated, and that's not what it feels like. And I just think that I think that what Brandon Sanderson wanted was to have this magic moment.
Yeah.
That magic moment in Rhythm of War doesn't matter. Shallan and Vale are still Shallan and Vale. The magic moment was just to have a magic visual happen that doesn't have any weight on the series.
Yeah.
And so I just think that that's a weird choice.
Well, and that's why I think like having magical DID is very tricky because how these things function in our world and in real life may not be in best service to your fantasy story where it's like a magical thing, right? We read this moment that kind of hit me hard with Vale. I was emotional about this moment. I thought it was beautiful, and I thought it was like not kind of a goodbye and also a coming to terms with. Yeah. That just doesn't feel like actually much changed in this book from the end of last book. And so in a way, because it's a fantasy book, I kind of feel cheated of that moment because it doesn't feel like it meant what I thought that it meant. Which is, I think that like one of the dangers of writing these like real world things. Yeah. And realistically, like trying to realistically portray how they work, but also making it magical. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right? Sometimes they don't go hand in hand, and it doesn't work. And like it's just an emotional thing that then doesn't work for me, and it kind of just reframes the previous book in a way that is a little bit less enjoyable. Doesn't mean I hate the book now, but I just am slightly disappointed.
Arzu, thank you. He's trying to be honest about the process, and the fact is, even after a breakthrough, you don't suddenly let go. Oh, I understand that. I understand that you don't suddenly let go. I'm just saying that if you were to cut the magical scene between Shallan and Vale at the end of last book now, nothing in this book would feel weird. The relationship between Vale and Shallan in this book wouldn't feel weird if you cut that scene out. Right. And it would just be that Shallan isn't fronting. And you'd be like, okay, Shallan doesn't front anymore. Cool. Like there is no tangible change in Shallan after that scene from her before that scene. You know what I mean? Other than like her relationship with Testament is better, but I think that it is the danger of trying to do what is, you know, what we call colloquially like the super crip, like trope, right? Yeah. Is I want to turn the disability into a superpower. Mm-hmm. And there's so many examples of this, right? Like Daredevil would be one, or you know, anytime a character is like superpowered because of their autism, we get into this. Yeah. And the danger of doing that, and he has done that with Shallan, right? Vale is magically a spy, even though she has no real life experience. Radiant is magically a soldier, even though she has no real life experience. These are DID that has given her the ability to have powers she does not have. Abilities and comfort abilities and things that she just straight up doesn't have. He has used it to have super DID. And the downstream effect of that is that when you have the magical fix moment, you are fixing something that in real people there is no magical fix for. And so if you want to be honest to the actual condition in real life, you have to soften what you did with your magical fix, right? Because your magical fix doesn't exist in real life. There is no magic light weaving moment where a DID's altar goes away.
Yeah. That's I think where the conflict comes in here in terms of what the book has done and my feelings on it, is that because it's a real life thing, and I think that he's trying to. I think that he is trying to do that justice. I think that it underserves this particular story that he's tried to tell with Shallan. Just for me emotionally, I just kind of it falls flat.
Well, and what's disappointing about it is that she's so bad at being a spy again. And I'm like, at least if you're gonna have Vale talking in the back of her head, at least have Shallan be somewhat good at this. But she's so bad at this.
Shallan fucks up a lot.
She fucks up so much. And like, I'm like, she even falls for her own trick, like the same day that she did it, which is wild.
The day after she did it.
Did they do the guard thing? Yes. Was that week 1?
Yeah, day 1. Wasn't it? Or is it literally the same day? Oh my god. It's all blending in my head.
Victor DeSanta says, is she though? She sneaked into the Ghostbloods. It's very impressive. Was that impressive? Or were the Ghostbloods just not paying attention long enough that they were able to knock out a woman, carry her into a tent, strip off her armor, get Shalon into that armor, and get her back to the door? That's like 10 minutes that no one noticed what was going on. Anyway, I don't want to get too hard on this because I don't want anyone to feel like I'm not trying to make any statement about DID in the real world. I'm really not, and I don't want people to feel that I am. I just feel like the end of Rhythm of War built up an idea that Brandon Sanderson immediately with Shalon in every way. It's not just the DID stuff, right? It's also with the Testament stuff and like the intent and what killed Testament that he just kind of immediately retconned at the beginning of this book. It just feels like anything interesting that happened with Shalon in Rhythm of War has been pulled back so that she can be at the beginning of a different journey again. Because otherwise, it feels like he wants her to have another hero's journey in this book. And we've just done that with her. And it feels like she should be moving on to a different kind of story than her still being in book 5. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Can I do this? I don't know if I belong. I don't know. And having the voices in her head telling her she can. I feel like we've just done that so many times in a row. And it just feels like Brandon Sanderson doesn't know what to do with Shalon if she's not in situations where she's in danger and Vale's talking her out of them. It just feels like that's the only thing he knows what to do with her. So it feels like he's drawn her back and pulled her away from the advancements that she made so that we can do the same thing with her again.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like with all of everything we learned about her in Rhythm of War is just the slate's wiped clean so that we don't have to do it again. Even Shalon was the spy the whole time, and how is she going to grapple with that? And she's like, oh, well, actually, the Sion was also the spy, so I don't have to feel that bad because they would have known it anyway. Like, everything about Shalon in Rhythm of War has been just kind of like the edges rubbed off so that we're back a little bit, so that she has to go on the same journey forward again. Yeah. And I don't know. I liked where Shalon was at the end of Rhythm of War. Yeah. And I would have liked to have seen that move forward. And it's interesting how she's the character in particular that has the most superpowers. She's the most special girl. She's the least relevant to the plot of the book. She's literally in her own world. Like,
yeah, she's doing the Ghostblood stuff, which is relevant because obviously they're trying to like obviously the Ghostbloods are trying to interfere with what's going on here. But I wish I had a better grasp on what's going on and how that and what that actually means for Roshar, right?
Yeah. Because it feels like she's here to set up Mistborn Era 3.
Kind of.
Like, it feels entirely unrelated to the main plot of the book. The only way it's related is that it is also going to be in the spiritual realm. Yeah. But it feels entirely separate.
Here's the thing. Like, they're looking for Ba'edo Mishram, right?
Well, she's not looking for Ba'edo Mishram. She wants to stop the Ghostbloods. Well, yeah, the Ghostbloods want Ba'edo Mishram.
And I do think it seems to be set up that if Ba'edo Mishram gets out, that's like really bad for Roshar.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know how Ba'edo Mishram can be released. And also, it feels like Ba'edo Mishram being captured actually like fucked up the singers real bad and can't actually stay captive, and therefore the Ghostbloods going to try and release her almost feels redundant. Like, it feels like Ba'edo Mishram getting out is a bad thing, but also it's a thing that has to happen.
Why?
Because of what it means for Roshar and the listeners. Like, Ba'edo Mishram and the Spren. Ba'edo Mishram got captured, and now the Spren can die. Like, that's just, like, there seems to be a very severe impact that has had on Spren and the Bonds and, like, singers in their forms. And that, like, Ba'edo Mishram has all these connections to all these things, and so the Ghostbloods trying to go there and, like, let her out is kind of redundant, because it feels to me like she's gonna have to get released, and they're gonna have to resolve her as a problem anyway.
Oh, I don't think she needs to be released at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I think releasing her is just a problem, right? I
just feel like Spren can now die, and the bond is different. Like, that's pretty severe.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think that Ba'edo Mishram... Well, no, the Deadeye. Well, yeah, the Deadeye thing being tied to Bioto Mishram is really complicated. Because I'm like
Right?
the Ghostbloods want to get Bioto Mishram because they want to be given the ability to connect to Voidlight, right? I think that's what it is. I think that they think that if they can use Bioto Mishram to get forms for humans, that they will then be able to use Voidlight.
Maybe.
The way that the singers do.
Again, the Ghostblood thing is really nebulous to me because I know that Kelsier wants to be able to get power off world, but we've already established that what Kelsier wants is not what Braze wants and Yaddle wants, and like that, like they're doing their own kind of thing, and I'm like, okay, but what is that? And are they just gonna like kind of fuck up Roshar and then like leave? Like, I am genuinely very confused by the Ghostbloods, and therefore, again, I think a reason why I'm struggling to connect to this book and care, because I'm like, well, what's going on?
I will say this. I think that right now, what I would say about Stormlight Archive is that it is impressive. That Brandon Sanderson wants it to feel this real. Because it does feel real, right? Within a group, you're going to have people who have different goals that do not align. It is very impressive. I think that what people like about it is that Brandon Sanderson accomplishes reality a little bit in his storytelling. And that he makes these groups feel like they're filled with individuals. And these worlds feel like they're filled with individuals.
That's very true, yeah.
I think that Brandon Sanderson isn't a very good storyteller. And what I mean by that is not that he writes bad books. It's because he doesn't. He writes good books. I don't think he writes good stories. I don't think that he writes theme very well. Right? I don't think he writes the reason why I love stories so much very well, which is that it is about what it means for people and what are we trying to say about the world with our stories. And I sometimes think one of the reasons why I end up not loving his books as much as the wider audience is because there are a lot of people who much prefer the events to be cool. And to, people talk about how, like, much peak these books have. And how these books are filled with these foreshadowings and these reveals. And it's about the mystery, big reveal. Oh my God, I didn't see that coming. I had an emotional connection to the fact that the reveal changed something for me. And a lot of times, Brandon Sanderson's reveals are really cool moments that if he explored at all, he could get to some really interesting themes. But he can't, because immediately after the reveal, he has to start setting up the next mystery. Right,
interesting.
This is how I feel about the colonialism thing from the end of Oathbringer. Yeah. Where I was like, oh, this is going to matter. And it never matters again. Like, them being the colonizers is brought up a couple of times after that in, like, individual sentences. But it never actually matters to the characters or to the, like, society, right?
Yeah.
Even the way that he talks about the Light Eyes and Dark Eyes, their culture changing, is always so far in the background that it's hard to see how it is going to ever matter in the plot. He talks about themes. He brings up the idea of themes throughout his books.
Yeah.
But none of his books really explore them. Even like the original Mistborns, which I love dearly.
Yeah.
But and this goes back to Warbreaker, right? In Warbreaker, he introduces the idea of this princess learning that her people are suffering under what her family is doing.
Yeah.
And the way in which her family's failing. And then that princess's end of that book is that she fucks off, and it's such a failure to me to understand what his own book was about.
Yeah, that one especially was particularly rough.
Z-Man, I'm not calling the wider audience shallow.
That's not what he's saying at all. He's saying that people get different things out of different books. People enjoy different things about stories. People enjoy thematic storytelling. People enjoy character-driven storytelling. People enjoy fucking beach episodes of anime that are just people having a good time and chilling out. People enjoy reading cool magic systems, okay? People enjoy reading fun, like, sci-fi, like, what if, like, the technology on our world was like this but shifted. Like, you can get so many things out of a book. It's not calling somebody shallow to say that like they enjoy different things about novels. That's not it at all.
And I don't think that I'm deeper than other people. I prefer to explore what a reveal means for... I would rather get a reveal at a beginning of a book and watch how that changes the characters than watch characters struggle to get to a reveal for an entire book. Mm-hmm. And some people love that struggle because it's the figuring it out along the way, right? I get that. And I don't think that I'm deeper, or I just... I like something else. That's not a bad thing.
You like thematic storytelling.
I just think that when you...
I don't read books that don't have magic in them. Yeah, like, that's just, like...
I think that where I'm coming to in book 5 here is... He's built up all these characters across all of these books and all of these... He's built up all these novellas, right? Lift is from a novella. I'm assuming Risen will be in this at some point.
True.
I'm assuming the Dawn Shard will matter at some point. We spent a whole novella about it. He's built up all of these characters, and he wants them all to have a thing to do. And so they all have a mystery that they have to go solve. And so none of them are interacting with each other, really. None of them are interacting with how they feel about things, because there's so many mysteries that need to get solved in every single plot line that it is overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And I don't think the pacing is very good, but the individual moments are great. So we should probably start talking about the chapters. Z-Man88A says the implication with the initial statement is that the wider audience being more into big events rather than deep themes. Yes, that's a fact. Have you seen what makes money nowadays? Yeah. Comic book stories have not been able to sell thematic comic books in years. That's why there's an event every 6 months. I hate to break it to you, but like there's a reason why Avengers Doomsday is coming, right? There's a reason why last year the majority of films in the top 10, I think maybe all the films in the top 10 were sequels. We're at a point where the wider audience does like events over stories. That's where we are. That's where we have been for like 2 decades now. Like we are at a point where what the wider audience is consuming at the highest level is, I need it to be events. I need it to be dramatic immediately, and I need it to be big reveals. It's why the real shorts are doing so well. These verticals, they're trash. They make so much money because they're dramatic every second. Every line is a reveal of a dramatic thing, and people get hooked on them. Our attention spans have been so TikTokified, even before TikTok. This was already happening. But yeah, that is what the wider audience likes. The wider audience doesn't give a shit about themes. Yeah, like I don't. Do you think people thought Sinners was too deep to be interesting? Because they didn't want to consider anything about it.
Crazy. And
it's the best movie of the year.
Like to your point, I walk away from a Brandon Sanderson novel for the most part having enjoyed the experience of it, enjoying the creativity of it, enjoying the characters and how they interact with the world of it. Yeah. I don't often walk away from the Brandon Sanderson novel and it reframes how I look at my world. Which is where I think that thematic storytelling is not his strongest suit, because it doesn't open my eyes to new to new ideas on morality or the human condition or like things that are very, very like heady, and some people would probably say are maybe more like pretentious, right? Like you could maybe levy a criticism at a book that is very thematic as being more pretentious, because it's all about what people like and what they get out of things. But like the only Brandon Sanderson novel or book, not even novel, the only one that I felt like I really walked away from and it made me see the world slightly differently was maybe Emperor's Soul.
Oh, that's one I would have gone with too. Yeah,
and that's why it's my favorite.
Yeah.
I love Mistborn Era 1. I cried. I fell in love with the world and those characters. But the one that made me walk away with, like, a twinkle in my eye was Emperor's Soul, right? Mm-hmm. Where it shifted my understanding slightly.
Well, and this might be a controversial statement, But I think that Brandon Sanderson was the right person to finish The Wheel of Time. Because I think he's the right person to write The Last Battle.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I don't think that he could have written Ruidian.
Interesting.
Like, genuinely, I don't think that... like, genuinely, like, I don't think that Brandon Sanderson writes... And part of it is his language, right? Like, Brandon Sanderson's language is not particularly interesting. I was kind of struck when we get to the... when we get to Urithiru on the other side, and he described the lights and the way that the tower was built on the other side, I really liked it because I was like, oh, Brandon Sanderson doesn't describe architecture much like this. He doesn't really get into this. It was nice to have him...
paragraphs of clothes.
It was nice to have him, like, use language to attempt to paint a picture, which just isn't how he writes, right?
Yeah.
I think, like, I don't think Brandon Sanderson would have written the end of the Golden Bowl. Like, Shadow Rising to me is so thematic.
Right.
And official time says, Ruidian, here's a bunch of mystery reveals that reframe everything we thought we knew about a history of an entire people. Yes.
You have one moment and one thing that does that instead of, I feel like every chapter and every POV is reframing things that I thought I knew.
Ruidian is described in such language as to make you understand the plight of the people throughout it. And the people in the Ruidian flashback never have to, like, have an internal monologue to say how they feel, because Robert Jordan uses his language to describe their emotional state so well without it being kind of the inward-facing way that Brandon Sanderson does it, right? Brandon Sanderson could have written the reveal of Ruidian.
Sure.
I think that it would have been done in the same way that the colonizer moment was in Oathbringer, which is, like, interesting, and, like, people are apparently upset about it for a second. But Ruidian hangs over Wheel of Time in a way that the reveal that the humans colonized Roshar should hang over the series, but doesn't. Right? Ruidian, the way that Robert Jordan writes language is so effusive. And it's why, even though I have so many questionable thoughts about his work, it's still beautiful. And I still think Shadow Rising is maybe, like, the great fantasy novel post Lord of the Rings. I do. I think that I as much as the Slog and later Wheel of Time stuff is a struggle for me. Yeah. Shadow Rising is a fucking novel. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's not really a fight. And, like, even Rhythm of War, Brandon Sanderson fires Kaladin and has him, like, go on this therapy journey, and he spends most of that book still fighting, because it's still plot fighting, and it's Kaladin has to stop them from it's a video game plot. Kaladin has to stop them from breaking the three things. Even in this moment where Kaladin is depressed and going through this moment, he still gets caught up in what is Kaladin's video game plot line that he has to be in. And Ben also brings up a good point. Ruidian isn't the end of the book. Right. It's this middle point. And then the rest of the book is about how does the Aiel people come to terms with and fall apart with. And when Ruidian breaks the Aiel, it breaks them for the rest of the series. There are people who are broken by that reveal that are the villains on the opposite side fighting for the Dark One 10 books later. Yeah. It's a huge moment. When Brandon Sanderson does the colonizer reveal in Oathbringer, there are a bunch of Windrunners who are apparently so depressed they don't know what they're going to do, and we never find out who they are, and they never break off. They don't go join the Skybreakers. No, there's not a single Windrunner who are apparently the people most affected by the colonizer reveal who leave the Windrunners over it.
Yeah, they don't mention...
There's no actual impact. Yeah. And that's the thing that Ruidian does. There is a before and after moment in the world of the Wheel of Time where Ruidian is such a deep and, like, changing event. Yeah. And the colonizer reveal should be that for Wheel of Time, and it just isn't. It doesn't. No. Or for Roshar.
Stormlight. Yeah.
It just isn't. And that's the difference. That's the difference. That is plot and reveal focused storytelling versus thematic storytelling. These big reveals have to mean something to somebody. And a lot of times in Stormlight, they don't. We get to the build up to the next one.
Yeah.
And it's why, like, I'm curious to see what happened to Honor, but, like, I don't know that it's going to matter all that much in book 6. You know what I mean? I don't trust Brandon Sanderson to carry these big reveals through to the next book as anything other than a paving stone on the way to the next reveal. And I think that it's why, despite these books feeling so epic and so big, these plotlines don't feel connected, because the impacts, Khaled or Adolin learned that the Spren chose at the end of Rhythm of War, and he still hasn't even thought it was important enough to tell anybody that. That reveal, that giant reveal at the end of Rhythm of War, we're 300 pages into this book. He hasn't even told anyone. It has not impacted the plot of this book at all, because it's a reveal for the audience. It's not really a reveal for these characters. It doesn't change anything for them. None of them have any feelings about it. They're not talking about it. It is this massive information piece that should be this, like, change the plot of everybody moving forward kind of moment, and it matters so little that it hasn't been brought up. He hasn't mentioned it.
Yeah. Well, and that is a problem that I do really feel, particularly in this section of this book, is that there's, like, Shallan doesn't be like, hey, we're gonna go deal with ghost bloods and they got these special daggers that can fuck you up. Like, they're real dangerous.
She doesn't tell the Windrunners about anti-void light.
They're real dangerous. And I was like, oh, God. Yeah.
Light Blind Fool, Jared Poulter, they're like, it's only been 2 days, most of Spider know. But okay, you're right. Here's the thing. Adolin isn't wrong to not bring it up. I completely agree with you. Because in the real world, it isn't important to what is going on. But Brandon Sanderson chooses how these books are framed, right? Brandon Sanderson gets to choose what's important, what isn't. If the Spren choosing is thematically relevant, then it has to be in the book. Otherwise, it's just a reveal. If you don't do anything with these ideas, if you just drop them for other things immediately in the next book, they're not playing into theme. They're not writing theme. They're not building theme. They just are things that we know. And I mean, like, it's interesting to fill out a Wikipedia with, but there has to be more. He has to go deeper on any of these ideas for me to say that he's writing to theme. And I just don't think he is. He's writing to events. He's building up to events. And the events are great. And I don't want you to think I don't think events are great.
Wrong.
I'm just defending my point here. But, like, he really doesn't write the after effects of these reveals very often. And I get frustrated with that because I think the reveals are interesting.
Oh, yeah. There's so much in, like, these books and in this book that is fascinating. Like, let's get into individual chapters, like you said.
What, you mean an hour in?
Yeah.
It's only 52 minutes into the podcast. This is normal for us.
Yeah, no one is surprised. We get so many reveals in this section about who's fucking who and how.
No, we don't. We start with Dalinar alone. He starts with Dalinar alone on a balcony, thinking about Gavilar. Yeah. And, a Windrunner is like, hey, man, bad stuff. So we cut to Jasnah and Wit in bed together.
Yeah, and she's like, fuck this bed. It's way too soft. I hate it here. I hate compromise. This isn't compromise. We need one of those sleep number beds.
And we come to realize that Jasnah and Wit shouldn't be together because he is an immortal and she's not. And the age gap doesn't work. And I'm glad that Brandon Sanderson acknowledges that the age gap doesn't work. Yeah. They're not, like, in love. Here's the thing. I don't think it's that weird because they're not... Wit isn't, like... like, they're just fucking. And she's an adult. Like, it's fine.
And they're, like... she says it can be intellectually stimulating, right? Like, she's like, oh, a person that I can actually kind of have a banter with and be on the same page. Or even feel like I don't know things because she's not a fucking world hopper. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of... I think she's getting enough value out of fucking Wit. That I understand why she's doing it, but... No, he's getting sex, and she's getting a lot out of it.
Yeah. Well, I think that connects to the age gap because Wit is not sharing things with her because he sees her as, like, being a young mortal. Like, that's where it feels like it comes from.
Well, but also, like, the secrets and communication in their relationship come from a distance between them that is caused by him being an immortal with off-world priorities that she doesn't have, right? So in this case, I do think the age gap is relevant in that it is the reason why immortal beings and mortals should not be together is the same reason why I should not date a 19-year-old, which is that we don't have the same problems, and so being invested in each other fully is impossible. I cannot give a shit about a 19-year-old's paper she has to write, or he has to write, for a college class. Don't care. Write the fucking paper. I don't want to hear about it. Meanwhile, they're not going to really be able to empathize and relate to me fully about having to pay my mortgage, because their parents pay for their apartment. The difference between us, me and that, what I do as a child, is what are we experiencing, what are we invested in, and what are our actionable, like, day-to-day worries about.
Yeah, and Yasna, it feels almost like Wit treats her like a child sometimes.
Or like a pet.
Or that, which is also weird.
But if you're immortal, why wouldn't you, right? And that is where the disconnect in the relationship comes from. Is like, he's like, I am doing Cosmere stuff, and you're doing Roshar stuff, and that's cute. And while I'm on Roshar, it's fun to do Roshar stuff with you, but I'm actually not fully invested here. And you're fully invested here because this is your family, this is your life, this is, you know what I mean? And so the age gap, and this is the same with every vampire thing, everything. Once one character is living a life on a scale that the other character can't live, it becomes really impossible to have these characters be for there not to be a power dynamic between them.
Well, yeah.
And for them to just care about the same stuff. It's really hard, right?
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings kind of gets around this by having all of the other elves be so boring that, of course, Arwen goes for Aragorn because he's at least half elf. You know what I mean? And, like, somewhat interesting. But if there was, like, an even slightly interesting elf, it wouldn't make sense for Arwen to be into Aragorn. Even though she does, choose basically to die when he dies and whatnot. But there's a reality to the age gap that causes Wit to sort of be like, oh, that's really cute. You're going to be dead in 60 years, so I'm here for now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's like, I can only care about Roshar so much because if Odium gets off planet, it's bad for everybody forever. Whereas if he's, is stuck on this planet, it sucks for you guys... for now.
I know that Aragorn isn't technically a half-elf, but, like, because of his, like...
What, because he was raised there?
Well, no, because of his, like, Númenórean bloodline, he will live to be, like... He lives to be, like, 200 and...
Oh, sure.
Like, I know the term isn't half-elf, but he's not human either. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Technically, they're all kind of elves, weirdly.
What?
Well, like... It doesn't matter. The Númenóreans and the elves are closely tied. It's weird. It's hard to explain, and so half-elf is just an easier way to say that he is a descendant of a bloodline that is a descendant of an elven bloodline that allows him to live much longer than the average human.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep it simple, but Lord of the Rings is so complicated.
Well, and everyone here is gonna know Lord of the Rings, so you can't do that. Yeah.
But you know what I mean. He's still gonna live. He's still gonna live hundreds of years. Like they get their time together. He's fucking 80, and he looks like that. Okay.
But Arwen is so young.
No, she's not. She's not. Okay.
In elf years, she's super young.
Are the Alethi Númenórean or half elf? Neither. The Alethi are Asian.
Well,
that's a thing that doesn't exist in the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, there are no elves. No elves here. I feel like, in a weird way, the Spren are kind of elves, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get into what...
Well, Elrond's brothers are going to ancestor because Elrond's brother chose to be human. Well, human, Númenor, whatever you want to call it. So it's not...
This is why I said half-elf.
Fair.
Because it is so hard to explain this succinctly, okay? We're moving on. Anyway, the reason why I bring up the age gap is I appreciated I'm not bringing this up to complain about Brandon Sanderson's writing, and I feel like we talk about it so much that it might feel like that. No, I actually really thought that the way that Brandon Sanderson wrote Yasna's realization of the problematic nature of the age gap relationship she's in was great in this chapter. I thought that she is very mature in the way that she acknowledges what she's getting out of it. She's acknowledging what she does like about it, while also being able to specifically point to the way in which he infantilizes her.
Yeah.
And the way in which she does not feel like an equal in their relationship. And I thought he crushed this chapter. The beginning of this chapter, I really, really quite liked.
And kind of has that moment where she realizes that it's not going to work. And is like, that's just is what it is, right? Until Wit fucking wakes up and is like, my memories are gone. You fucking like has breath. He does breath stuff and allomantic pushes and like goes crazy. And then his like he appears as like his actual body for like a second. Which I guess he just is a little bit shorter with like he's got like white hair, I guess, because he's 10,000. But he's like, no, I'm missing this amount of time. This is very bad. Because I don't do that as an immortal. I have to like decide what I remember and what I don't remember. And that would be so nice to have your mind be like a hard drive. You're like, I can delete that. Actually, I don't need that, but I need to keep this.
No, because you would delete the wrong thing one time. You'd be like, I don't need that. And then you're at a party like 6 weeks later and you're like, fuck, what is that guy's name? Oh no, I thought I would never see him again. I deleted it. Oh,
deleted it. Never getting that shit back.
Oh no. Victor DeSanta says, it's more the reveal that he had a secret meeting with Odium. No, I want to point this out. What I like about the way that he handles this chapter with Yasna and why it feels mature is that he writes that she's already upset in the relationship a little bit before that reveal. Because if Yasna was like, oh my god, I'm having so much fun with Wit, this is great, Odium reveal, why didn't you tell me about that? It would feel dramatic and childish from her. It would infantilize her. It's the reason why I like this chapter, what I think Brandon Sanderson does really well in the writing of it, because we've had so little time in the relationship. We just had the reveal of it in one chapter in the previous book, and that's it. Is that we are shown through the bed metaphor that Yasna is struggling in this relationship already.
She's suffocating.
Yes, she's already having a problem. And then the Odium reveal is heaped onto a relationship that we understand already has problems. And so it doesn't feel like Yasna is overreacting at all to this reveal because we understand the way in which their relationship is already putting her sort of like on this weird pedestal in his life. That's why I think it's really well done, is it doesn't just lean on reveal reaction.
Yeah.
It is like emotional understanding of herself into the reveal, into the reaction.
Yeah.
And that I think is, it's why I think Brandon Sanderson crushed this relationship moment really well.
Yeah, 100%. But we learned that, that Wit realizes that his memories were taken from Odium.
Yeah.
And he's like, that seems weird. I shouldn't have been able to walk away from that conversation thinking I won because Ray's ego would not allow that. So that means we're dealing with a new Odium and we have absolutely no idea how to predict what he's going to do because we don't know him at all. Because obviously they don't know it's Taravangian.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't figured out it's Taravangian.
Wait, why? They saw Taravangian's dead body.
Yeah.
Like he left a pile of ash behind, kind of? Just like a husk.
I guess Zeth didn't tell anyone what happened. Zeth must have not told anyone what happened, which is the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I think that if Zeth had told Dalinar and Dalinar had told Wit that him and Taravangian got pulled into an alternate space with Odium and that Taravangian came back as a corpse.
Well, Zeth didn't. Zeth did not get pulled into...
Yes, he did.
No.
Yeah, because he had to be there so Taravangian could pull the sword.
Yes, the sword was there. So, okay, the way that I read this is that Taravangian got pulled into this Odium vision while this was happening with Zeth, but Zeth did not get pulled in there. Taravangian was able to grab the sword like through realms and kill him. Zeth did not see Odium. Zeth has no idea what happened.
I misinterpreted that. I thought that Zeth was pulled in and then knocked out, and then I thought Zeth was pulled into it and then that happened.
No, he doesn't know what happened.
Okay,
but
okay.
Taravangian
No,
was able to
I'm glad I said that then and you corrected me, because I was like, why didn't Zeth tell people what happened? So wait, Zeth just thinks that Taravangian just died? He just like blinked and Taravangian was dead on the ground? That's crazy. That's nuts.
I think it's that Zeth has never seen Nightblood like drain anyone before. And so in Zeth's mind, he goes in, Taravangian grabs a sword, Nightblood drains him and he dies. It's like, well...
All right, yeah, never mind. I take it back. I misinterpreted that scene then, and I'm glad we clarified because I would have been confused.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes. Great.
Yeah.
Great. Good. Okay, that actually clarifies so much in my head because I was like, it feels like Zeth would have mentioned something about this.
No, that would be weird if he didn't. But there's gonna be a meeting of the monarchs because shit's getting bad. Navani is walking around. She can't sleep. Turns out she actually can't.
Can we stop for 1 second before we get to Navani? Skepcat says Zeth didn't know about the realm, but Nightblood might. Considering how much Nightblood talks, I'm surprised Nightblood hasn't told them what happened.
Because Nightblood can't remember what happened 3 seconds ago.
That's also true. He is a bit like you in that way.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Nightblood would be like, we haven't met yet, and it's like, what? Like Nightblood's memory and how they,
So Nightblood is just gonna drop it on them at the most insane moment. Nightblood is gonna be like, yeah, this is like that time that Taravangian used me to kill Odium, and Kaladin's gonna be like in the middle of the fight, like,
fuck? Yeah.
What? When did that happen? He's like, I don't know. 10 years ago, a week ago,
can't remember. Could have been right now, actually.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That's so funny. Wait, now I want that to happen. I just want Nightblood to, like, in the middle of the most insane moment, like in front of a child or something, and Kaladin be like, can we... does anyone have a span read?
Yeah.
I need a span read. Does anyone have a Seod?
Odium is now Taravangian.
Nightblood will probably tell them in about 5 million hours. Is that like tomorrow?
But yeah.
That's a good
exactly
point.
That. Yeah. No, Nightblood is so fascinating because he is so relevant and irrelevant at the same time.
I'm not gonna lie. I find Michael Kramer's Nightblood voice
is so funny to me.
Grating.
Really? Oh, I think it's hilarious. It's the only voice he does in the audiobook that I don't like. Genuinely, I like every other voice so much. So, and I find... No more commissioned reactions to Nightblood, then.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna, lose... No, I'm used to it enough at this point. It's been around since Warbreaker. We've been reading books with Nightblood in it for over a year, right? But I find his voice so, especially because I've listened to the book at 2 times speed... When he cuts in unexpected while I'm driving,
you're like, oh!
I'm like, yeah, it is like getting smacked in the face by sound.
That's funny.
Yeah. I love Nightblood, the idea of the character, and I think he's very funny.
Yeah.
But, when I'm driving and all of a sudden my speaker's like, pancakes! And I'm like, oh my god.
That's not what Nightblood sounds like.
I can't do it. I can't do it off the top of my head.
Pancakes? It's a very, oh.
I know, but when you speed it up, it's just fucking, oral assault.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And you never know it's coming. If it was it's never there's never a conversation with Nightblood. Zeth and Kaladin, and part of it I think is that Zeth and Kaladin's voices in Michael Kramer's audiobook narration are both sort of a little bit whispery.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's like, Cal. Zeth is like, I'm going to do the thing, and yes, Sir Nimi. And then Sir Nimi's like, wah, rah, 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 rah. It's sort of...
That is not what Nightblood sounds like.
You know what it is?
Oh.
It's Iago from
what?
Aladdin.
We are listening to different audiobooks.
I'm not saying it's the sound of Iago. I'm saying that if you watch Aladdin, Iago is so much louder than Jafar in all of those scenes.
Oh.
Jafar will be doing a monologue and you're like, okay, I like this volume. And then Iago comes in through the window and is just screaming at you.
But Nightblood isn't loud. I'm so confused.
He's so much louder than Zeth. He's so much louder than how Michael Kramer performs Zeth, though.
Really? I don't... okay, yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the only voice that I find annoying.
All right.
Mike Kramer, this is not a diss at you at all. I understand what you did. I understand the choice. and you're so good at everything else that I have no complaints. You are my favorite audiobook narrator. But yeah, it's just it's a weird.
I don't know how you can say that with Kate Redding's Pattern. That's really disappointing.
I think that Pattern is great. Here's the thing. I love Kate Redding. I think that she's very good. Michael Kramer is so good at voices, and his character voices are so consistent that sometimes I get confused because like he'll use Milan for cultivation. I'm like, oh, that's Milan.
Oh,
like I genuinely think Michael Kramer's ability to like slip into some of these voices with such consistency it's amazing. And I don't think Michael Kramer's as funny as Kate Redding. I do think she plays comedy better than he does. I think that her comedic timing is stronger than Michael's.
Sure.
But I find Michael Kramer's, and I've started to listen to more audiobooks. I've only been listening to audiobooks for like a year and a half, or 2.5 years. So I'm new to the audiobook world. And so there's probably other great audiobook narrators that I will come to love. But in terms of everything I've listened to so far, without a doubt, Michael Kramer is my favorite voice to listen to read a book.
That's fair. I will say, I think
it's not a diss. Kate, he's just, for me.
The person who did Kushiel's Dart, to me, was fucking...
That was good, yeah.
Unreal, phenomenal. Like, yeah.
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 No, I find Michael Kramer's voice to be soothing and deeply inquisitive. I feel like he really does manage to play characters while also still feeling like he's reading a book to me.
Yeah.
As opposed to like performing a book, which I sometimes find a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Sometimes people feel like they are trying to read me a book, and they are like or sometimes people are too casual. I found the Percy Jackson audiobook narrator, I understand he's doing it for kids, and so I understand why he's trying to like play it so casually, but it almost, I don't know. There's just, I don't know. Michael Kramer hits the like perfect middle ground between casual and presentery in a way that I just find immaculate every single time. I think he's amazing. That's
fair.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, I'm not saying that any version's bad. I think that there's different things that you can love, and I'm not trying to diss anyone else by saying that. No, the Percy Jackson audiobooks are great, and I'm going to finish them all. I actually quite like them. Michael Kramer's just my favorite. He's not the only good one. He's just my favorite.
Yeah. Fair. We find out that Navani never gets to sleep ever again.
She's never gonna sleep again.
So that's either great or awful.
Here's the thing. If you don't know that you need sleep, does it matter? Like, yeah.
I don't know. That's the thing is, like, what if you just feel tired, but you can't feel tired because your energy comes from Tower? Like, it just is a weird, like, very stagnant way to go through life. That's all.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think that we like sleeping because we have to, but I think that if we didn't have to sleep, we would stop thinking about sleep pretty quickly. So Shim Slady says, crucially, she can sleep if she wants to. I think that she will for a couple of years, and I think long-term she won't. Like, I think that it's one of those things where once you get out of the habit of it, because Stormlight is going to repair, or Towerlight is going to repair her body constantly, she doesn't need the recovery part of sleep. I think that she will stop sleeping. I think she will get to the point where she stops. I mean, she'll probably still cuddle Dalinar, and they'll probably,
do other things.
Yeah, but then she'll...
This is Stormlight, and we're smutty now.
Yeah, and like, you know me, like, so there's times where like, we have sex, and then you go to bed, and then I shower, and then partially because I shower, I'm like awake again.
You're like,
but then
all right,
I get up
the day.
Go and do something for 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's because I'm such an insomniac, and I already don't sleep so much.
You're like, I understand.
Yeah, I would like, oh my God, if I could just not be tired, and because, some nights I only sleep 3.5, 4 hours, and I don't feel good the next day, but it's all I can get.
Yeah, I think it's like tough to imagine not being like tired right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
seriously.
We've been tired for so long that I've like forgotten what it feels like to not be tired.
Yeah, I'm like on the like verge of a mental breakdown currently.
In this moment.
No, that's not a joke. Like I'm being.
I know. I was trying to lighten it for the audience.
Well, no. I like to be honest with the audience. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to. I think this podcast we've always been very honest, and like the last month, really, like, or the last 2 months, really, since I started the move.
Yeah.
I'm like slowly careening towards a cliff of just an absolute mental breakdown, and I have no idea how to not at this point, which feels weird. Like, I feel like I'm like I'm not driving a car, I'm in a train, and that train is going to go off a cliff, and that cliff is going to be a complete mental meltdown. And like, you see it coming, I see it coming, but the company needs so much right now that like there isn't like a way to not. And so we're still doing the shows, we're still doing the reactions, everything's going up. I haven't missed anything. And so I'm producing this charity event. I've hired someone to help with that, thankfully. But the reality is, like, I am completely mentally collapsing inside every day, and I would love to not have to sleep, because then I could get everything done.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. We're working on hiring some help.
But it's not just help. Like, my personal life has also just been rough lately. I've taken some hits, and I'm not well. And so I'm recording so that I don't have to think about the personal stuff. But because I'm recording so much to avoid dealing with my personal problems, like Light Blind Full says, yikes, nerdy, we'll understand if you need to slow down for a while. Here's the thing. No, so...
That's what I said.
There's a bunch of shit going on in my personal life that I don't want to get into, because it has to do with other people that are not me. And I don't want to think about those things, so it's easier to just keep recording. But because I just keep recording and going live and all of this shit, I'm just...
Trust me, I've tried.
I'm not well. I'm not well at the moment. I am trying, and we hit 90,000, and I literally said to Clarus, like, I wish I could enjoy this, but I'm not well.
I'm working on it, Chad. I'm trying to...
Anyway, the point, there was a point to this.
We have a wedding tomorrow that'll be fun. So
yeah, we're getting married again.
Damn, I didn't know.
No, we're not. The point that I was trying to make is that I would love to not have to sleep so that I could work more.
Something's not adding up here.
I love that you were like, I would hate to never sleep again. And I was like, no. Because then I couldn't get everything done.
Jesus Christ. That is such a thing to say. Yeah, it's fine. I'll take care of him. Or I'm trying to. He's very determined.
Wow. Yeah, that was maybe too honest.
Nah. I don't think we're ever too honest.
Really? You don't think the time we were like, we're going to have a threesome tonight was too honest for the podcast?
No. I think they expect it by now. Ernest, thank you for that super chat. Nerdy needs to sit down with Kaladin.
I need a much better therapist. I'm sorry, Kaladin, but I need a much better therapist.
Yeah.
I need a much better therapist than Kaladin.
Yeah.
When he sat down, he's like, so this is your homeland.
That's like, yeah, I fucking told you that. Oh my god. No, we also need a therapist who understands what the internet is and how social media works, and like how
and could handle some of our posting for us.
Oh my god, no, we're hiring someone for that. We're hiring people. We're figuring it out. It's all good. Oh my god. Yeah. So but we were with Navani.
So Canada, eh?
Like, kind of, though.
That is basically...
That's kind of what he says. Oh, God.
Ours is like, yeah, he knows a clue out of therapy. The thing is, we all know he's going to succeed by the end of this book, and it's going to piss me off. Because I'm going to be like, how did he do that in 10 days?
Succeed? Well, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
Light Blind Full is like, maybe hire Rock to do all the cooking. Light Blind Full, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have thought about proposing to Clarus that we stop grocery shopping for like a month and just eat out every night. Just so that I don't have to cook and do dishes. Like, I've literally had that thought of like, oh, I could get more time for work if we just ordered food every evening. She's so disappointed at me. Which is fair. Oh boy.
If you were like, I want to take cooking and doing the dishes off of our plates so that we can like relax a little bit, then that would be great.
I know.
God, if we could have like a personal chef, that's the dream. Don't have to cook and clean up after it. That's the fucking dream.
Rico Reed says, don't drink. Like water?
No, alcohol.
I'm not really drinking that much.
No, I said we were going to a wedding tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a couple at the wedding. Here's the thing, chat. So, because the first time I got COVID, I got COVID, and then since I got COVID, if I drink, before I get drunk, I get sick.
Yeah.
So, like, I only ever really have one or two now, and so I haven't been drunk in, like, a while. One time in the last year, I was able to, like, drink, and so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it means you can, like, spend the same amount of money on, like, but one or two drinks, and they're, like, really good drinks, you know?
Yeah, no, I mostly just get, like, really... I just tried top shelf liquor, because I used to spend, like, $150 in a night on Manhattans, and now I will spend, like, $60 on two drinks, and so it's significantly less money. In my head, I'm like, oh, I'm saving, like, $80 by spending $60 on two drinks. Yeah.
We also... like rarely drink. We're going to a wedding tomorrow.
I do say that as I have a bottle of whiskey literally in front of me.
Well, yeah, but it's sealed. It's not even open.
I know. This is the Whitestone Courage, the like Critical Role whiskey.
Yeah.
Someone at the company gave me this as a gift for doing the charity event earlier this year. So
yeah. No, that one's very special.
This one is a special thing.
That one's gonna go. That bottle's gonna be on our D&D set. We're gonna have like a bar in our D&D set. It's gonna be great.
James Ross and Ruby Mindchef both say $60 is crazy. No, I'm saying that I get like the $30 like 25-year scotch now because I'm like, if I'm only gonna have two, I might as well try the 30-year fucking Johnny Walker Blue or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't drink to get drunk anymore, I like to try whatever. I'm like, just give me your most expensive thing. It's not healthy.
Well, trying new things is fun.
Yeah, and I like a top shelf marg is like $20. I don't know where you are, James Ross, but a regular cocktail in Toronto is $18. Yeah. Like a well cocktail in Toronto is $18. Yeah. I don't know where you're getting a top shelf drink for under $35.
You want a fancy cocktail around Toronto? It's $26, $28. Yeah. Dollars about. Yeah.
Slim Slady, you're absolutely right. Irish whiskey clears. I love Irish whiskey. I just like to try everything. I want to try. I'm not someone who wants to like only have the thing I like. Because I could drink Jameson every day until the day I die. I love Jameson. But, and there's better Irish whiskeys. That's just the one that everyone knows. But I like to try new things. Like, I want to try everything. I want to try the world.
This reminded me, we're going to do a live stream over on the Nerdy Nightly channel for the raffle for the Switch 2, where we're just gonna like hang out, just chat while we like write down everyone's names and like put them in the raffle bowl, because it's gonna be literally like handpicked. Yeah. So we're gonna have a little like hangout, casual stream, probably next week ish. Yeah, we'll do one next week and then one the week before the charity stream.
Also, before anyone like freaks out about me spending $60 on alcohol at a dinner, I do that like once a month.
Or every other month, even.
Like, I'm not talking about, like, this isn't, every Friday night. I'm saying that, like, I spend $60 on two drinks once every 30 days. My monthly alcohol, like, budget is probably...
It's very low.
Under $200.
Monthly? I don't even think it's that. Like, realistically. Depends. If we...
No, lately we've been having dinners with friends, like...
Yeah, well, yes, and we went to LA, and we saw people, and so we... Yeah.
I also buy other people's drinks a lot. I'm not saying that I'm not drinking all of that. I'm saying like I spend, but like I buy a round, right? Yeah. And so when I'm buying a round, sure. I don't want people to think I have a drink problem. I don't. I have a lot of vices. Drinking is really not one of them. It's all the cocaine that I do that is the problem.
That you have not done since you were 14.
What's going on? Why have we devolved? I know that I'm falling apart. Where is this show? Guys, I can't remember my phone number anymore. That's been a new development.
We were talking about Navani and sleep. That's how we got there.
If I could just not sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, Navani doesn't have to sleep anymore. And if I didn't feel tired, then I think that would be great. But if I do feel tired and I can't sleep, that sounds awful. Anyways, Queen Fen is fucking in a hammock.
She's post-coitus.
Yeah, fully naked when this poor little ship boy walks in and sees her
lucky.
naked. Well, depending.
You ever seen 69-year-old titties? Nice.
Look, surprise boobs can be fun, but also can be awkward.
Oh okay? No, yeah, this is tragic just because he doesn't know that he's safe.
He's like, the queen might kill me.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where, because of the power imbalance between him and the two naked people, he has done nothing wrong and could absolutely, like, his life could be over if they responded in the wrong way to this.
Yeah.
And it's so dangerous.
Yeah.
It is a little bit like the DoorDash situation last week. But not. Do you want to get into that at all?
No, I don't. Ruby Mind Chef says, not 69, almost 70. That is true. Brandon Sanderson did not want to write 69. So he said almost 70, which is hilarious considering how much other sexy stuff is in this section, of which we are still in the first chapter of.
So?
Well, it's just 90 minutes into the podcast.
Okay.
You're like, I'm not surprised.
Is that my fault?
No.
Why are you blaming me?
I'm not.
I'm mentally unwell right now. Be nice to me. I'm falling apart. You're being so mean.
I'm the meanest. They find out about the Yakovet blockade has fallen apart because Skybreakers suck.
Yeah.
It is a long chapter. That is true.
The Skybreakers don't suck. They chose a side. They're allowed to choose that side. That's fine. They're not wrong. The humans kind of suck. All these characters are terrible. I don't really blame anyone for being on any... really, every side in this war is terrible.
Kind of.
Yeah. Dalinar burned his family alive.
Yeah, that's true.
So, it's tough to... I don't know who I want to win.
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want Odium to become the military overlord and make everybody go to war. Like, that doesn't sound good.
True.
But I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
ACAB does include Skybreakers.
They are the law.
They are cops. Yeah, that is kind of wild.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Different universe.
So she's got to go to the meeting. We cut over to Yanagon, who is currently asleep, but there are 10 people watching.
Definitely asleep. 100%.
100% asleep. Even though the chapter's called Not Asleep.
Because it'd be really, disrespectful if he wasn't actually sleeping.
And then some people come in and are like, hey, bud, there's a problem. He's like, oh, thank God I get to be awake. I don't have to pretend to be asleep anymore. Hell yeah. This would be my fucking nightmare.
People watching you sleep?
If I was asleep, I don't care. Like, you can watch me sleep. I don't mind. Whatever.
But trying to fall asleep while
But the idea of having to try and pretend to be asleep and not be, but not be allowed to not be... Oh, my God. Yeah. I hate it. It makes me want to vomit into my own mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds awful.
Yeah, it would. I don't know that I would be able to fall asleep. That's a good point. I can't sleep in public because of this. The only time I've ever slept on a plane was because I did marijuana. And, a lot of marijuana. I did 10 milligrams of CBN. And I slept on that one flight to LA.
I don't know.
I think it was LA.
I don't even know. London, maybe? I don't know.
No.
Can't
anyway,
remember.
Not the point. The point is, I'm glad that I'm glad there's war coming to his country, so he was allowed to wake up. Is what I'm saying.
See, I have no survival instincts because I was on the go train and I was like, oh my God, stay awake. Please, dear God, stay awake. And I was like, I can't stay awake.
Yeah. One of the problems with Clarus and I, there's some podcasts that Clarus wants to listen to with me, but the problem is the only time we really listen to podcasts together is in the car. And so we started listening in an ad pod together, and I got about 4 episodes ahead of Clarus, even though she was in the car for those 4 episodes, but she slept through all of them, even though she promised me she was definitely not sleeping on that drive.
When do I promise that?
There was one time you're like, no. let's listen to Nap Pod. And I was like, you're going to fall asleep. And you're like, no, I won't. It's the middle of the day. And then you were fucking out. And I was like 4 episodes deep in Nap Pod. I was like, do you know what happened in any of these? And you're like, no.
Yeah, well, I didn't wake up and be like, no, I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, no, you never. No. You never lie about having fallen asleep. But that's
what you made it sound like.
No.
Like,
before
I know if I fell asleep.
No. Before you fell asleep, you were like, I'm not going to sleep on this one. I want to listen to Nap Pod with you. And I was like, oh, great. We'll put it on. And then I was like, where do you think we're at in the show? And she's like, I
no idea.
Didn't listen to any of that.
Yeah, not a clue.
I listened to 4 hours of the show, and she was out for every minute of it.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Thank
Your
you.
ability to sleep in the car is impressive.
Thanks.
Yeah. It is. I wish I could do it, but I'm driving.
Oh my god.
If I fell asleep in the car, it'd be really bad.
That would be really bad. I don't know if you could sleep if I was driving. Like, you just don't nap. You can't.
I don't sleep during the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. No matter how little sleep I had the night before, I don't sleep during the day.
Yeah. Nerdy has never napped in the, like, years that I have known you.
I did when I was high on drugs for, when I had my tonsils out.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I don't really count. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is.
No, I remember it because I was like, this is great. I wish I could sleep during the day more.
Yeah. Chapter 15 is Passion Spren. Because we're getting horny.
Yeah.
Adolin discovers the magic of showers, which is great. I am super happy for them. Because Shallan also jumps into the shower. And things get real deep in the shower. Emotionally.
I mean, we don't know how big his cock is, so it might not have gone that deep, but...
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's not really smut, because we don't know, there's no description of a phallus, you know?
I mean, I don't know. We have, like, the fucking Spren fucking cheering on that she just got laid.
That is so weird.
Shallan.
So fucking weird. And Pattern's like, no, it's good now. It's encouraged. And I'm like,
you're married.
Christ.
He should pound that pussy harder.
Nightmare. Fucking nightmare.
It's so fun watching you take back shots in the shower, Shallan.
Well, and then she goes and lays on her stomach. I was like, oh, I think she's trying to get pregnant.
Why would laying on your stomach help you get pregnant?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's like a dumb thing, I think.
Maybe I thought you were supposed to like put your legs up over your head so that you become like a...
I have literally no idea.
We do love Pattern.
We love Pattern everywhere, always. Pattern is the best.
I have nothing against Pattern here. I love that Pattern is like, there's a pattern to his thrusting.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Pattern is really into the tempo with which Adolin pounds Shallan.
Yeah. Pattern loves percussion music, right?
Yeah.
The Spren cheering on is something.
There is okay. This chapter is very fun. I do like it. Can I have like one little dig at Brandon Sanderson very quickly? I know we've said a lot about him. Can I have one little dig at him?
I don't know. Chat, is Nerdy allowed to speak his mind? Because I think he's gonna do it anyway.
Across the Cosmere, Brandon Sanderson having characters explain very rudimentary things from our world, but in their world, and being like so into it, is something he does a lot that I could do with less of. I know what a shower is. I just do.
All right, yeah.
And like the fact that they have showers is cool. It's fun. That's great. But there's just sometimes in the Cosmere where he's like, we've invented showers. And I'm like, okay.
I mean, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
I know.
Their shower seems very cool.
I know it does. It definitely does.
Yeah.
He just does this with so many real world concepts. Across Mistborn 2, there was a bunch of this too, where I'm just like, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand what a shower is. He's like describing it, and I'm like, I know what a shower is.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was one in there's one in the Lost Metal. I can't remember what it was, but there was one where I was like, yeah,
sure,
yeah, man, I that's a real world thing.
The water fell around them like applause though was a banging line.
Oh, water fell around them like applause is a fucking is so
that's
good.
That's a banger. Yeah, 100%.
It's so good.
But I do love that Shallan's like, yeah, I fucked up. can you tell your dad about it? I just don't have time. I definitely have time for us to have sex and, like, take and fucking dilly-dally, but I don't actually have time to tell Dalinar that I've been keeping this secret spy organization from him, so... if you could just...
I was losing my mind a little bit at that.
Do that for me.
Could you tell your dad about that? And I don't have time. I do think that I have time for us to bone and then for me to lie in the shower while you get dressed.
Pretty much.
Well, and unfortunately, as much as the shower scene is fun, this does kind of go to the, like, are these things imminent or are they not? Like, Shallan being like, I am so pressed for time that I cannot go talk to your dad.
Yeah.
And then fucking Adolin. And then Adolin gets up, gets dressed, is like fully ready to go, and she's lying on the floor of the shower. Is like, what are the stakes here? Like, how invested are you in what you say is dire? And how invested do I as the audience need to be? Mm-hmm. And because it's day 2 and it feels like, oh my god, all these countries are going to war. All of these things are happening that are dire and big and important. And we keep cutting to characters who are like, I'm fucking in a hammock. I'm fucking in the shower. I'm checking out boys. I'm, like, flirting with R'laine on the field. And I'm like, we're spending so much time right now on everybody's sexual proclivities. None of those things ratchet up tension.
Yeah.
The world is ending in 10 days.
If the world was ending in 10 days, like, literally, like, I just don't think that, like, who's hot would be on my mind. Like, if I was one of these characters, I'd be so busy doing other things and worrying about other things. Like, for me personally, like, that would just take such a backseat. It's not even funny. But a lot of people are different in that regard. I know that, you know, times of turmoil, people fuck more often, but I don't understand that.
If the world was ending and there was nothing I could do about it, we would spend those 10 days fucking.
Yeah. That's different.
If there was a secret organization in the tower that might be attempting to kill the people that I love, and I was the only person who I believe could stop that from happening, I wouldn't be having sex because now is the time for me to be stopping the evil spy organization that I'm the only person knows exists. I haven't told anyone about it.
Yeah.
Like, that's where the priorities come into play.
Yeah.
World-ending fucking is great. And, like, Fen fucking makes so much more sense. What the fuck is Fen gonna do? She might as well get laid.
Yeah.
Shallan comes back to the tower with the mindset of like, oh my god, the Ghostbloods are gonna kill everybody I love.
This is so bad. And I really need to come clean to Dalinar because I've been lying to him and hiding this really important thing this whole time. Maybe this is just who I am as a person. If I was back in Urithiru holding that guilt of I kept this secret from people that was very important that I should have shared and it's gone south and bad things are gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm not horny at all.
Yeah.
Like, there is not a thought in my mind of like, yeah, I can take 5 minutes to like get in the mood and then have sex. Like, I just like, that is so foreign to me personally. That if there is any guilt in my head about anything whatsoever, being horny is not possible.
Yeah, maybe that's just an us thing. I want to be clear. A lot of my problems with the intimacy and sexuality stuff in day 2 are not any of the individual scenes on their own. The Shallan stuff on its own, the shower scene on its own in a different book, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with.
Sure, yeah.
What's weird about day 2 as a whole is how much time we spend on all of these things.
Yeah, we've got Yasna into Fen, into Shallan, into what's the one after this?
In chapter 18.
There's
maybe.
I was trying to do them in order, but like
I don't remember. But it's not, again, it's not actually about Shallan and Adolin fucking in the shower. I don't actually have that problem with it. I thought the scene was good. The cheering after was good. It doesn't feel Stormlighty to me because we've been so prudish up until this point, but they're married now, whatever. It's that day 2 of this situation is the first day we're actually in this book's plot, because day 1 is last book's resolution.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The starting of the engine of this plot is so undermined by how much time we spend about who wants to fuck who.
Yeah.
And that's what's weird to me.
Yeah.
Right? That's what...
There is so much sex in this book. And it has not really ever been there in this way before, that it does feel
So the Shallan stuff on its own,
different.
the chapter is good. Honestly, it's very funny. It is very funny. And I don't want to take away from that. I just found in the pacing of day 2, these scenes cut from like, if we fail at this war, this entire nation is going to be enslaved by odium forever.
Yeah.
To Lift being like, that boy's hot, and that boy's hot, and God, I think boys are hot. To, and if this city falls, these thousands of people are going to be enslaved forever. To Drahe being like, so you like
you're
dick,
gay.
huh? Like,
yeah.
it's a really weird pacing thing to start all of these plots with.
Yeah.
And for this to not have really been present in any previous Stormlight book, to suddenly be so prevalent, it just feels so out of place. And none of it's bad. That's what's weird about it. It's like the writing of these scenes, other than we'll get to the Shallan 718, but other than that, it's just the way in which we're stopping the motion of this book to do these scenes is so strange to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's been very jarring for sure.
You talk about Dalinar.
Yeah, Dalinar.
Okay.
Look, again, it's not that Lift like maturing and admiring these people is a bad thing. 100%. It is the jumping between like this person has a crush on this person, or this person is fucking this person, to the whole world is gonna end. Oh, if odium takes the capitals of these countries, we actually lose the whole thing. Like, it's so... The whiplash is not my favorite. Yeah, not my favorite. So we are with Dalinar, and Sigzil shows up, giving him reports. They're trying to figure out. They're reporting on where the strikes are going to happen. Dalinar mistakenly thought that odium would just stick to border skirmishes because they don't know about the whole capitals thing yet. We'll get to that. And Gavinor is there and is still very much struggling with the Spren, and also not having the attentions of his living relatives. They're not his parents, but like Dalinar and Navani are effectively raising Gavinor. So kind of, yes, his parents. And then Cultivation shows up. Crazy. Cultivation just walks into the fucking tower. Yeah, I like the individual scenes, but yes. Changing over editors, I do feel the difference in this book.
I don't know that I agree with that, because Rhythm of War was also edited by this editor.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. The editor change was after Oathbringer.
I thought the editor changed in this book.
No, it was after Oathbringer. Rhythm of War and this book were edited by the same person.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Which is interesting because I feel like Rhythm of War and this book both have different issues with pacing. But yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I do feel like a lot of these, the 3 city stuff. There's a lot of these plot lines that could have been set up better in the time in Rhythm of War where other people are doing stuff. But yeah.
So yeah, Cultivation shows up and we get to chapter 16. Shallan goes and meets up with her unseen court. They've all been keeping watch, doing spy stuff, trying to figure out if anyone from the Ghostbloods is spying on Shallan and Adolin in particular, because Wit has given them drawings so that they kind of know what the members look like, even though people can change their face in this world, so it's not the most helpful, I guess. But Shallan thinks that she has the upper hand, because she's like, I know where Ba-Ado Mishram is imprisoned, and they do not, because she doesn't know that the Sion was also a spy yet. So she does infiltrate them in the same day that they then use the same tactic on her. It is the same day.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the infiltration of them. Where this book club is going to be, we gotta start moving. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm not on my game today.
They need to locate the Ghostblood's base, so they're gonna do that. Dalinar and Cultivation have a little chit chat, and she's like, "Hey, so you know that like honor isn't dead? It's just like the vessel is dead, right?" Dalinar's like, "The fuck is that supposed to mean?" So Cultivation is like, "You just need to find the truth about what happened to the heralds and like honor and like the radiance and all that stuff, and you can do that in the spiritual realm."
Yeah.
And that just so happens to be where the power of honor is like waiting for a vessel. Which apparently it's weird that Honor Shard hasn't found a new vessel yet. So there's a reason to be concerned about that, even though we don't know what the repercussions are for it finding a vessel or not finding a vessel. Very nebulous.
No, I liked the moment we find out later where they're like, what happens to an idea if it hates humans? And that is fascinating. Like, if the power of honor were to despise us, what would be the knock-on effect of that? And
what makes you think that our Honor Shard hates humans?
Isn't that how Wit phrases it later? He's like the power on its own would grow to despise us or something like that. Because human beings cannot be perfectly honorable. Because it's just impossible. Honor is like is an insane concept to try and aspire every moment to. That because human beings fail at honor, eventually honor on its own without sort of the like limiting factor of being connected to someone would grow to despise us. And so someone has to hold that power, or else the power on its own will wreak havoc. I like that idea. I think it's interesting. That somebody has to be that somebody has to be holding the power and like being inhibiting force on its worst impulses is I don't know, I like that as a concept.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the idea being that a human being has to, or not a human, a character, a person, someone with like mortal sentience needs to hold the power so that it can limit the worst impulses of that power. I like that concept a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of there is an element of this book that comes into play with Cultivation speech here where like at least Cultivation shows up and gives them something to do.
Yeah.
Like one of the weird things about this book for me is that Dalinar agreed to a contest of champions without agreeing to what the contest was.
Yeah.
Like I've never in my life heard of anyone being like, I'm going to show up to a contest in 10 days
and not know
what it is.
Yeah.
It is frustrating to me that he's agreed to something that he doesn't know what it is. And so
like they might be playing chess.
He has no idea what to do. And so Cultivation shows up and gives him something to do. And other characters are like, well, you shouldn't do that. And Dalinar's like, well, what else would I like? Does anyone have any ideas for what I should be doing in the book?
Yeah.
And like there's a weird amount of time spent on people being like, you shouldn't do that.
Like, what if the contest is karaoke? It's the rhythms of Roshar, the tones of Roshar. You know what I mean?
I just don't understand. There's so much I don't understand about the Contest of Champions at this point. But one of the things I don't understand is how there's a contract that you can write out that doesn't have what, like, the win condition is. You know what I mean? Like, there's a contest that is it is written in such clarity that it can be scrutinized with a Lethe law. Which, why? That doesn't make any fucking sense. It can be scrutinized by a Lethe law, but it doesn't lay out what the contest is or how you win. It only lays out what happens to the winner and loser, but it doesn't actually lay out what a win condition is. And I'm like, how can you have a contract that has win consequences, but not a win condition?
Yeah.
I don't like. Does someone have to agree that they win? Because you could just say, well, I don't feel like you won.
It's actually like a staring contest. You know what I mean?
I know, but like, Okay, Victor Desana, thank you for that super
Thank
chat.
you for the super chat.
To explain the laws, in Rhythm of War, the contract was written by Yasna Wit. Dalinar set the terms, but there was a legal document penned by the Queen of Alethkar.
But they throw out that contract. That contract...
And then Dalinar negotiates a different contract.
Yeah, like, I don't even know how much of the original contract is actually used.
Dalinar is not the King of Alethkar.
And
he does not live in Alethkar.
In Alethkar.
The contract is not written in Alethkar. None of the people who actually agree to the contract are Alethi.
Yeah.
Importantly, no one involved is Alethi anymore. So why is it under Alethi law?
Yeah, that part, I'm not gonna lie, confuses me. It feels like it is because we say it is. But like, what if you like...
It's just, it would be like someone who was an American agreeing to a contract in France and them saying that because you used to be American and because like your lawyer is American, even though we're in France and I am German, we're going to use American laws for the contract.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know what...
I do find that very confusing.
And I understand that you can find a way for it to make sense. It just inherent... For the assumption to be that this contract follows Alethi laws that don't govern Odium is so bizarre to me. Like the contract has its own laws. It's a law between a human being and a god. Why does any country's specific law matter to it? How does that work?
Yeah. It's the smashing rocks with hammers competition from Rings of Power.
Thank you for the I do understand what you're saying, and I think that is the explanation they're trying to use.
Yeah.
But it is just so weird to say that any contract Odium signs would be governed by any law made by mankind.
Yeah, it feels like a contract for a god, like you would need to decide on the laws and legal precedents which is being upheld.
And this is where the like everything has to be a reveal thing that Brandon does that is usually successful, in my opinion, isn't. The Contest of Champions being such a nebulous concept, even though there's a contract for it, to me is a failing of this book. Because it just means that so many of these conversations that these characters engage in throughout the book have no foundation to them. It's just characters saying, like, they have no idea what they're talking about. The character's like, well, why do you have to go become a god? And Dalinar's like, I don't know, it might help with the contest. Like, all of these characters are having all of these conversations, and they're all just throwing spaghetti at the wall. That's what almost all of Dalinar's conversations in this book are. Like, I don't know, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do this. I don't know what any of it's for. And I really do think that in a book with so many plot lines, having the Contest of Champions it'd be nothing at this point. It's just words. Like, they don't know what it is. They can't really talk about it. And so this central pillar, I think that if you have the contest be concrete, you can have all these other characters go off and do other things because you're like, well, at least I know what the center of the book is. Yeah. But every time this book comes back to the center, the characters at the center of the book are like, man, I don't fucking know what we're doing. Yeah. And so
Well, and Dalinar is like, yo, Stormfather, like, let's talk about this. And Stormfather's like, fuck you, how dare you even think about this? What is wrong with you? And Dalinar's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm just trying to, take every possible solution and
the
think about it.
The Stormfather is not offering the Stormfather offers no alternative.
No!
Like, the Stormfather's idea is just that Dalinar just sits on his ass for 10 days and just shows up. Yeah. I think that's what it is. They have to go with every idea that's brought up because there aren't actually any alternatives. No one actually presents another idea. Yeah.
Stormfather's like, well, no, fuck you, just because I say so. Yeah. And Dalinar's like, well, like, I want to see what happened when Honor died. Like, I want to know what happened there. And Stormfather's like, no.
Victor Desana, we noticed that the Stormfather's not a good ally in book 2. I agree with that. I'm saying that nobody offers an alternative. Wit doesn't offer an alternative course of action. No one in this book, like, Cultivation shows up randomly, is like, you should go watch more visions in the spiritual realm. And Dalinar's like, oh great, I have something to do.
And also, the power of honor is there, and it kind of needs a vessel. Okay, bye.
But Cultivation Dalinar goes to other people to check in with them about what they think of this plan. And everybody's response is the same because nobody knows what he should be doing. Yeah. And so everyone is like, I don't know, it sounds dangerous. I don't have an alternative. No one he goes and
Fuck
talks
it, let's
to
go.
It would be more interesting if he was weighing two options.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the going to the spiritual realm would seem like a bigger risk to me as the reader if there was a second option for him to consider.
Sure.
But they're never weighing another option. Everyone they go to is like, I mean, I don't think you should do that. And he's like, okay, what should I do? I don't know. What's the contest? I don't know.
Yeah.
And so it's not like he's choosing the worst of two options or the more dangerous or the risky. It's not like he's a risk taker. He's literally doing the only option that is presented to him.
Right.
And so it almost feels inevitable.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like these conversations have any actual like meaning because he's going to do the only thing that's brought up. Mm-hmm. No one ever offers anything else. No one ever is like, well, what if we did this instead?
Yeah.
At any point in this book.
Yeah.
And so Dalinar is a little bit directionless. Someone said that in the chat, which I agree with. James Ross says that. He's directionless. And so anytime anyone brings up any idea, they just do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Light Blind Fool, I agree with you. Sometimes there's only one option. I agree with that concept. I just think that if Brandon Sanderson's intention is for there to be only one option, there's just too many scenes here where Dalinar goes and talks to people who don't offer up anything.
Right. Yeah.
Like
the Stormfather is just is kind of like a grumpy old man and but has never really offered solutions because I don't think like the Stormfather understands the world in a weird way. Like there are things that the Stormfather knows that are probably very important, but like Dalinar kind of has to pry them out of them because the Stormfather doesn't have a concept of what is important in a similar way that I think Nightblood doesn't.
One thing I will say, it doesn't feel like any of these characters have options. Everybody has only one option. And I think that's a little bit why... I think that's a byproduct of there being too many plot lines.
Sure, yeah.
Is that there's not time for there to be options in any of them. But it also means that the conflict, the failing of our characters in their individual plot lines has to be that they just fail at something, as opposed to that they made a bad choice.
Sure.
Right? Like, Shallan has to fail at being good at her job to allow the Ghostbloods to get into the spiritual realm, because the book doesn't have time for her to have options and she chooses the wrong one. Yeah. She's just bad at her job.
Yeah. Shrimps Lady says Stormfather is old cloud yells at man, which is very funny. That's great. I want that t-shirt.
Wait, that's so funny.
Yeah.
It's just Dalinar looking up and the cloud's like the opposite of the Simpsons. Wait, that's such a good shirt.
Right? This is why we just need an artist on roster.
Oh, wait. Old Cloud Yells at Man is such a good t-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm inspired by that one, Chimps Lady.
We're stealing it.
Yeah, we're stealing it. Send us your Venmo. We'll cut you in on the profits.
We're Canadian. We don't have Venmo.
Yeah, no, but we can't just steal the idea. Chimps Lady, if we sell that shirt, we'll get you a contract for a percentage of the proceeds. We'll go 50-50 on the profits on that.
You're going to get like $4.
No, you'll get like $3 a shirt.
No, that's how much profit like we make on
we usually make like $6. I turn it down from 10 to 6 so that our shirts are a little cheaper.
Yeah, sure.
No, I actually do. No, I'm serious.
No, it's just, it's not.
Merch
is not that profitable.
I wanted to say, Clarice got mad at me because I was like, oh, well, our shirts will be cheaper if we take zero profit. And Clarice was like, then what's... No, we paid for the art. We have to eventually be able to sell enough shirts to pay for the art.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
We get to chapter 17, which is Tough Kind of Love. And this is Adolin entering the meeting that they're going to have. And he just kind of really notices the difference in Yanagon from the beginning of the series till now, which I think is absolutely valid. Yanagon is a really interesting character, even though being the Emperor of Aesir sounds like a nightmare job. Shallan is spying. Is this when they?
Yeah, they're creme scrapers. They basically like set up a tent outside of the Ghostbloods building to try and pull off. And then we get
find out that
a long discussion of Gaz's gambling addiction
problems. Yeah. So I guess Red went around to all of the gambling dens and was like, if this man shows up and you let him play, we will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that was effective. I guess that's nice. And then another of the ghosts, or not.
Oh, no, wait. No. We're not. Sorry, they haven't built the tent yet. They're still watching Adolin inside the tower.
Yeah, sorry. They're about to go meet one of their members who has found a ghost blood. Ooh.
But if you want to know how Brandon Sanderson thinks gambling addiction works, you can read that as one of the many times Brandon Sanderson breaks the fourth wall to just describe the like basic idea of a mental problem.
I will say, I think that you often assume that characters' points of views are Brandon Sanderson's points of views.
No, I'm not saying that about points of view. I'm saying that about the way in which Brandon Sanderson writes mental health struggles in this book in particular, is that he has them describe all of the feelings associated with it in like a monologue. There is a number of times in this book where characters monologue about their feelings. Sometimes it's internal with Adolin, sometimes it's external.
But you are equating that to how Brandon Sanderson feels about it.
No. It's not about how Brandon Sanderson feels about it.
Wait, you just said if you want to know what Brandon Sanderson thinks about...
Thinks is not feels. Very importantly, I am not ascribing an emotional understanding to Brandon Sanderson in this. What Brandon Sanderson feels about these problems is very different than the sort of like paint by numbers basic way he describes what he thinks the experience of addiction is, what he thinks the experience of being gay is, what he thinks the experience of being depressed is, and what he thinks the experience of being mad at your dad is. There's a number of times in this book, and I think it's when this book is at its weakest, what he thinks the experience of in chapter 18, the guy that Shallan is talking, the hypochondria is. There are times where the way in which Brandon Sanderson writes the POV of people explaining their problems is so lacking in subtext. It's so textual.
Yeah.
That it is a little bit cringy. That it is just a little too obvious, and it's a little bit too like, and now we're going to do our Saturday morning cartoon where we describe what gambling debts are.
I just don't necessarily think that that's what Brandon Sanderson himself thinks about it.
But it isn't what the characters think. It's not in character. It is like
sometimes it is.
Almost every time it feels like it's fourth wall breaking.
No, because it's especially if we're getting to the next chapter in particular, it's Shallan and her thinking about how like this has affected this man, and therefore like what to do about it.
I don't find no. But here's the thing. I think Shallan's POV in the next chapter isn't the problem. It's the guy explaining what his hypochondria feels like to him that feels fourth wall breaking. Shallan wanting to help him, I have no problem with. It is how sort of obvious the description of these mental health problems is that's cringy. Shallan wanting to help the hypochondriac is great. Yeah. And I actually like Shallan's side of it. The problems I have with that are all with a lot of these things are how like aware these characters are that they have a mental health problem. Yeah. And how much it feels like they just say... It would be like if I was in a conversation with someone and I was like, yeah, I'm autistic. And so the problem with my autism is that... Blah, 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 blah. And someone would be like, you don't need to like tell me. Like, you don't need to like explain your symptoms to me. Like, we're just having a normal conversation. But sometimes it feels like these characters just start to explain the symptoms of autism, or explain the symptoms of hypochondria, and
it drips from above. I agree. I think that in previous books, many of these conversations have had far more nuance than the ones in this book in particular, because there have been cringe moments. I think that Raj, I agree. I think that the one with Gaz is like, maybe a little heavy-handed, but then you go directly into the next chapter and the next scene with the next person who's a hypochondriac, and so all those things kind of compile on one another, and it does feel very base level.
Shivsley got me. Subtext is such coward vibes. I think Brandon should just copy and paste the Wikipedia summaries of various mental health conditions into the book at random.
It's
kind of what it feels like.
So we talked about this
seems
in
mean.
the reaction.
It just kind of feels like that.
We talked about this in the reaction.
Yeah.
where we were sitting down. This was near the end of the book, so we'll get to more instances of this. But I said that it felt like, it was with Renarin's like autism. I was like, it feels like Brandon Sanderson went on TikTok and heard people talk about the most common autism symptoms.
Yeah.
I don't like to be touched, even if it's in a familiar way where it's supposed to be comforting.
Yeah.
I am overstimulated. There's much stimuli here, and I need to dim the stimuli.
I didn't say it in the reaction, but when he said overstimulated, I was like, oh my god. Inside, I was like,
does he say overstimulated? I thought
he
said
literally
there's a lot of stimulus.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Which is not not wrong. But
it's the
that
language
coupled
he's
with
using to describe these things.
Well, and that coupled with the previous one of social construction, it feels like he's like, I have seen these terms floating around the internet, and I'm going to take them and I'm going to just slightly, like, I'm going to use them, but I'm not going to use them. Because I defended last week, I was like, societal construction, social construction, whatever it is, that feels like a term that the character could maybe work their way towards dealing with the concepts that they are dealing with. But then on top of this, then you had Renarin being like, yes, the stimulus or whatever. And I was like, I'm feeling the colloquialisms of our TikTok modern age in this book.
Here's the thing. Renarin already felt autistic to me.
Oh, yeah.
I just never felt like he was telling me he's autistic.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the difference. Renarin throughout the first 4 books felt like autism representation.
Yeah.
And now I feel like it's autism description. That's the difference for me. Look, I'm not trying to say that Brandon Sanderson is bad at this all of the time. He's really bad at it in Elantris. It's the magic autism in Elantris is bad. And then it felt like the intervening books, I was like, okay, Brandon Sanderson's getting a hang of this.
Great. I want to commend Brandon Sanderson on the previous books for the nuance and depth in which he tackles these conversations and these things about people. Like in who is it? Sorry, brought up Dawnshard. It dripped from above with Risen and Dawnshard. That was such an insightful and deep view of this woman who cannot walk anymore and what that actually means. And and then this book feels so weirdly paint by numbers.
But if you compare the way Teft talks about addiction to Gaz explaining gambling addiction side by side. Like, true. Teft is struggling with a problem, and Gaz is telling us how gambling addicts feel about gambling.
True.
You know what I mean?
No, that is so true.
In Stormlight, he has done this so much better in 4 books. And in this book, it is just noticeably fourth wall breaky.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I don't want to come for Brandon Sanderson in this, because I do think, like, the way he handled addiction with Teft was
brilliant,
incredible, and I'm so sad that character is dead. Right? Like, the way he handled it previously, the way he handled Shallan's brother gambling was better than this.
True.
It's not Gaz being like, the problem is when I start gambling, I forget, I don't care about anything else, and so I keep gambling. And then, and it's just these weird conversations where the action of these scenes stops so that they can have these conversations. Yeah. Shallan, the next chapter, Shallan and Shab, I think is his name. Who's the guy?
Yeah.
Shab, right?
Yeah.
Shab, the scene ends. Everyone else leaves. And then Shallan and this guy just have this conversation about hypochondria that doesn't go anywhere. It's not related to anything.
This book is so long.
We don't know who Shab is. I don't care about this guy.
Never met them before. And, it's
he hasn't been a hypochondria in previous books. He's just...
It feels like Brandon Sanderson was like, we're going to do a quick 101 on judging people in 60 seconds. Shallan walks into the room and is like, I don't really like this guy because he's always complaining about things. And then Shallan has a change of heart where she thinks, hey, you know what? Maybe Shab actually has some deeper things wrong with him. And so she's going to take a moment and say, hey, are you actually okay? If you actually need anything, we're going to help you out. And Shab is like, wow, no one's ever asked me that before. Thanks, Shallan.
Well, and then he says, wow, Shallan, you notice way more than you used to. And I was like,
that line,
what the fuck?
That line killed me. I will say, we're spoiling our low for this section. I know we're doing this right now.
Oh my God, I know.
We reacted to this scene and we were like, that was the cringiest thing I have ever encountered.
You're way more. We're paraphrasing, but like even the actual text is not better.
Am I paraphrasing that much?
No. But the line of like, wow, Shallan, you really notice people now. Is just god.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's so weird because it's so
It is weird. It's weird because I know Brandon Sanderson can do better. I've read it.
Well, and I know that you think that I put too much on Brandon Sanderson, but he is the author, and that line,
Sure.
it as someone who kind of reads this book a little bit metatextually, feels like Brandon Sanderson patting himself on the back for including this in the book. That's what it feels like to me, is him being like, hell yeah, I covered hypochondria in a character you couldn't have named.
Yeah.
And look,
I guess he was in Rhythm of War for one page, but
it's
yeah.
only this book. I want to be clear.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that Brandon Sanderson is historically bad at this.
No.
Again, Elantris, terrible. In between, really good stuff.
Yeah.
It felt like he crushed it for a while. And the reason why I feel like I'm harping on this so much and why I'm leaning so hard on this is...
Because it's shocking.
I don't understand where it came from. I thought that Stormlight was where he was growing as an author into handling these things with more depth and complexity.
Yes.
And we've congratulated him on that. Like, we've been so... I think Oathbringer is...
I loved that about his books.
I think Oathbringer is one of the best books I've ever written.
Yeah.
Genuinely think Oathbringer is one of the best books I've ever written. And so it is weird.
You didn't write it.
Sorry. Thank you. I'm not trying to create it.
Guys, Conspiracy Theory 101.
I think Oathbringer is one of the best books ever. Right? I think about Oathbringer more than any of his books. Except maybe, like, again, Final Empire. I haven't cried like that at a book much in my life.
Yeah.
He's written stuff really that I fucking adore.
Yeah.
And so it's specifically weird that the big finale of Stormlight has these weird asides almost.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that book too, James Ron. It's so crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like we're going in circles on this and we're harping on it, but it's so much of day 2 is this, and
I think you know what it is. I think that we need to be better about getting to the actual chapters right away, because we talk about a lot at the beginning, and then we kind of talk about it again later. And I think that is our fault. And
I just like the show. I like doing this.
We just like talking with you guys.
I'm also
y'all are pretty cool.
Yeah, I you know, one of the weird things about book club is it's like this podcast that is this ongoing conversation where I expel my neuroses into the world, and for some reason people pay attention to it. And I'm just grateful for it, because I like we always say, this is our favorite part of this podcast, our favorite part of the week. And I keep waiting for the number of people in the live to hit 0 because of me. Like, I keep thinking it's going to happen. We move to another channel, like, this is going to be the thing. We're going to kill this show. And it won't die. And I don't understand why, because I am a lunatic. And, like, most of the comments about the show are negative. Like, the reviews are skew all over the place. And, like, most of the negative comments are specifically about me. And I keep waiting for no one to show up, and people keep coming, even though I'm slowly losing my mind. Like, I feel like you'll be able to take this show in its entirety and watch me go from, like, a young man with hope and love for the world at the beginning of Wheel of Time and excitement about the internet to, like, me now, where I'm like, the internet shit, the world shit, everything shit, shit.
You definitely have always been not an optimist. That's for sure.
A nihilist. Yeah. It's
Yeah, no, that's...
We are stubborn. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Nerdy is the rage bait. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe my opinions are so bad that I'm just rage baiting people and just spending 3 hours listening to them every Friday.
Yeah, that's it, for sure.
Sound Guy says, I think he maybe over-focuses on sensitivity readers who probably give him the modern context, and there's a lot of people who think his language is too modern. I think his language in this book is way too modern. Kaladin using therapy. I get that Wit said it one time, but for Kaladin to hear that word one time and then, like, contextualize that as a word that he should use is weird. Like, the neuroses, someone brought up that, like, neuroses was in this book, which just feels like such a... This book, and what's so fascinating, because we're about to talk about a series of chapters that I feel like have none of this, So this is what happened with the reactions this week.
Day 2 is front loaded with all of the weird, cringy, and sexy stuff, and then we get into the actual things that happen.
We got to end of 18 and we were like, oh no, is this book bad? And then the next 10 chapters don't have any of the modern languagey stuff, don't have any of the sex stuff, don't like weirdly stop to talk about this stuff. It's just characters doing things in the world and like having relationships. The next 10 chapters are kind of banging.
Yeah.
And it's just so weird that there's this like 5 chapter period. And it's why we're 2 hours and 10 minutes in. We're probably going to breeze through the next chapters in like 15 minutes because we're just going to be like, this was a good chapter. This is what they did. I liked it. It was well written. These first 5 days are so weirdly paced. And then the actual Stormlight stuff happens. And I'm like, oh, right. This is why I love the series.
Yeah.
And it's Wind and Truth to me is so discordant with itself. But when it feels like the other Stormlight stuff, God, it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it just is. So let's get into it. Also in chapter 18, Adolin is a pissy little bitch while his dad talks in a meeting. And they decide they're going to save the cities because basically Wit discovers that because of a Lethe law in the contract, the negotiation is for all of Alfcar and all of her dads. And so if Odium is able to take the capitals, he gets all the countries. This is a little bit confusing. Because this is a loophole that Taravangian is taking advantage of, but Taravangian wasn't the Odium that negotiated this contract.
Yeah.
And Taravangian didn't launch the attacks on the capital cities. Those were already in effect before. So, chat, if someone can like help me clarify this, because I feel like this is a weird plot hole, and I think I'm just wrong, right? I think I'm wrong, but I don't really understand how Odium is both taking advantage of loopholes and also that previous Odium wouldn't have taken advantage of loopholes, and that the armies were sent by previous Odium to attack the capital cities, and they were already on the way.
No, but here's the problem with that, Victor. So he literally says yes. So the reason that Odium marching in to take the capital cities is so dangerous is because the contract was negotiated. If the contract was not negotiated, Odium would walk into these capitals, which the attacks have already been set up for, and he wouldn't be able to keep them. Yes. And therefore, it wouldn't make any strategical sense to lose a bunch of resources and troops to capture capitals that you then lose shortly afterwards. That's why it doesn't feel like it makes sense, because these armies had to have been set up before they sat down to negotiate the contract.
We were told that these attacks were set up months ago.
Yes.
Which means that they were set up by old Odium.
Set up by old Odium, but Odium said that that in this contract he would honor the spirit of the contract, and therefore wouldn't use loopholes like a Lethe law and capitals being taken means that you take everything.
Well, but that legal understanding of the contract didn't exist until 2 days ago. So if that legal understanding of the contract didn't exist until 2 days ago, why were these armies sent months ago?
Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about now.
Okay, if
the armies have been set up for months.
Okay, AJ Jordan says the attacks on the capitals are new. Taravangian changed the direction of the attacks on the capitals, but they had to have been sent forever ago. Like to get to Azamir in Shadesmar, they had to get sent forever ago.
Yeah, they had to already have made that as part of the plan.
It feels like Taravangian has not been Odium long enough to change the army directions in any meaningful way.
Unless Taravangian has a way to move troops at a moment's notice.
But we know that's not what's happening. We know that the armies in Shadesmar have been headed there by boat for a while.
Yeah.
Because that's how it's set up. Raj says they were ready to attack the borders. No, they were ready.
No, in Shadesmar they are heading
get to the borders.
the Oath Gate.
There's no way for them to leave Shadesmar at the borders. They were headed towards the capital months ago.
Yeah.
Even though Odium didn't, and maybe he just planned to attack the capital. But here's the problem.
Odium attacking Azamir without this contract in place seems like a terrible fucking idea because he wouldn't be able to hold it for very long, which our characters acknowledge.
Yes, the only point of attacking Azamir right now is that Taravangian is now Odium and can take advantage of a loophole. But if Taravangian isn't taking advantage of a loophole, taking Azamir right now doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
For old Odium.
So why did old Odium set up this attack when he promised not to exploit loopholes?
Old Odium set up a bunch of things that help new Odium that wouldn't have helped old Odium. Why?
Yeah.
That's the part of it that isn't working for me. And I think that it is the condensing a war into 10 days is, I think, the problem. I think that trying to say that all these things happen in 10
that makes it tough.
If you attack a city and you think that you're going to win that fight in 10 days, that's just insane. Like, that's just not how wars work.
Well, unless you can pour into the center of it through an Oath Gate. I think that does kind of make sense to me. But again, you can't hold it, which is why it's all about the contract.
No, fighting guerrilla warfare in a city is a brutal, long process. It doesn't just
when
happen.
You have magic powers? I mean,
but both sides have magic powers.
Well, there's not a lot of Radiants right now in Azamir, and
except the Radiants control the Oath Gates.
Singers have the Carapace.
The Radiants can drop anyone into Azamir on the Oath Gate side too from your Thiru. The Radiants have more ability to move people around the world to Azamir than, like, the Fused going in through the gate are the only people that Taravangian can move into Azamir, right? But anyone near an Oath Gate can get into Azamir on the physical realm side. It just creates, like, a fucking nightmare, but yeah, Raj says, when did we see the Fuse going to the Oath Gate in Rhythm of War? We didn't. It's explained to us in this book that they would have had to have left weeks ago to get there, to get to that Oath Gate. Like, it's said in this book that it would have taken, that they must have been sent weeks ago for them to have get there in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like Brandon Sanderson wanted Taravangian to take over, but needed these plans to already be in effect, and so Old Odium just put them in effect, but I don't understand why. I think that is the problem.
Yeah, and Victor Desana has kind of mentioned that, like, there is potentially more context later in the book, so. I
hope so, because right now Taravangian doesn't. Weirdly, the war feels like it is continuing on the way Old Odium wanted, because in the interlude, Taravangian doesn't want to do this. And so it's just sort of a weird, like, the villains in this book kind of suck right now, because I don't know. There aren't any interesting Fused that I'm curious about where they are in the world, except Raboniel, I guess. Or not Raboniel. Leshwi.
Leshwi.
Like, I'm curious where Leshwi is, I guess. She's kind of the only one. So I don't care about who's leading any of the three armies. Taravangian Odium is, like, mad at cultivation and doesn't really seem to be invested in being involved in anything. He would love to pull out of the contract if he could. Our characters are like fighting this war kind of against faceless people again. And, like, Raboniel was like, look, I have my problems with Rhythm of War, but Raboniel was such a good antagonist to Navani in it.
Yeah.
That I wish we had an antagonist in this book. And I just don't know. We haven't been introduced to any of them yet. We're like 400 pages in.
Yeah.
Like, who is going to be the antagonist of this book is something that we don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had such good ones that it feels like we're in this weird place of, like, this book just kind of not. I know there's the metal guy from the end of Rhythm of War, but I know nothing about him. I don't care about him.
Oh, I forgot about him. Yeah.
I hope he is interesting at some point, but, like, right now it is weird to fight this war and be like, I don't know who we're fighting, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know, like, I don't know what we're going up against.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons. It's another, like, care thing is, like, you know. Raj says, there is a lack of notable Fuse. The only antagonist that we know will be in this book is Moash and the Ghostbloods. No, there is the metal guy. N? Something? Was his name N?
He killed the Pursuer.
Yeah,
that's
Metal
all
Boy.
I remember. Yeah.
And so, like, I just wish that... I wish that what... Not
L.
just, like, there's a lot of L. I knew it was, like,
Yeah.
I wish that some of that was set up better in Rhythm of War. Like, we had them in the tower. So much more time in the tower could have been spent on, like, Lift watching a meeting of the Fused. And we get to know a couple of Fused who are going to be important in the final battle, right? Like, there's ways in which we could have established the people that we're going up against in a way that's a little bit more interesting. But Taravangian becomes the antagonist of the final book right at the end of the book before we can spend any time with that.
Yeah.
L kills the Pursuer at the very end of the book before we can spend any time with him or know anything about him. Our characters don't have any feelings about that. Our characters don't even know who Odium is right now.
Yeah, true.
Like, not only do they not know what their actions are going to be, they can't even talk about Odium in an interesting way. Because they're like, well, who is he? I don't know.
Yeah.
Everything in this book is characters being like, I don't know what to do. I don't know who we're fighting. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what's next. I don't think you should do that. Why? I don't know. Everything is I don't know right now. And that, I think that's what I'm feeling. I like the chapters. I like the scenes. But there's so much. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, we did meet the Monarch. Ruby Mineshaft is right. Shallan does beat the Monarch.
Sure, yeah.
Sound Guy says, does it make you miss Sadeas? 1,000%. Oh, I wish there was an antagonist in the tower so bad. I miss conflict in the council so much. Sound Guy, so much. I miss someone pushing back on these people so much. There's no one. Everyone is just a yes man to Dalinar and Navani right now. I would love to have one king have good ideas and not like Dalinar. It would be so interesting.
Yeah.
It would be so interesting to have anyone push back on anything that is brought up instead of everyone just agreeing all the time. The closest thing we have to someone disagreeing with Dalinar is Adolin because he's mad at him, but he actually also does agree with him. Like, anyone on that council having any other opinion would be fun. It's why the Mink is actually interesting, because the Mink is like, I'm not just going to say yes to this. I'm going to go do my own thing.
Yeah.
Anyone else in that council room being slightly pushing back on what the main characters want to do would open this up so much. But instead, it's just people exposition dumping and then agreeing on the only course of action.
Yeah. Last person who disagreed with something got Yasnut.
No, but that's my point. I don't want an asshole. I want someone who has good ideas.
Yeah, who is, an antagonist, but is not like, not an asshole or evil.
Sadeas's ideas were a little bit evil and, like, slavery-driven, but Sadeas's ideas would have worked. They would have accomplished things I don't want him to accomplish.
Yeah.
But Sadeas was successfully running the campaign that he was trying to run.
Yeah.
Right? He was successfully doing stuff. And it was antagonistic to our heroes, but our heroes couldn't just kill him because there was problems with that. So much of that level of the political intrigue is just gone. Like, there's no political intrigue anymore. Mm-hmm. Worked for what, Blues Barros? He wanted to run a campaign where he beat other people to the gemstones and was the richest and maintained the social order of the Alethi because it was allowing him to enrich himself. Yeah. Sadeas was accomplishing his goals pretty regularly.
Well, and also, Sadeas wanted to take out Dalinar because he thought that, like, Dalinar was weakening, which, like, he didn't actually end up taking out Dalinar, but, like, they only got saved because Kaladin, right? So it would have worked otherwise if there wasn't, like, a magical reason.
Yeah, if ancient powers hadn't resurfaced in that moment.
Yeah.
Sadeas would have won, right? And the world would have been fucked. Yeah. But, I do, you know what? I do miss that.
Yeah.
I do miss that a lot. I think that's, even in Oathbringer, like, Taravangian pushing back on Dalinar with good ideas and with, like, I do miss that. I hadn't been able to put that in words, but no, I appreciate you saying that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ruby Mineshaft says things have gotten too serious for them to argue amongst themselves for this short period of time, maybe. The problem is that it's not that they're not arguing, it's that no one's bringing up any alternatives. It's that it's anytime someone says an idea, they just go with it. And so all these conversations are just exposition. They're not debate, they're not argument, they're not ideas, they're not brainstorming. It's just exposition.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, Dalinar and the Mink, like, strategize together.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it.
We need to move on. I'm so sorry. Yes. I'm the worst. Chapter 19, Ruled by Voices. Zeth and Kaladin get to Shinovar. Kaladin is like, why are the plants comfortable with me touching them? This is super weird.
Yeah, stupid plants. Or lazy plants. I don't know which one.
And we move on.
We see soil for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chapter 20, the 3 vital points of defense. Basically, this is just a really long conversation where everyone, I know I said that they only do the first thing. They do debate that everybody wants soldiers in their kingdoms.
Well, yeah, no one actually has a plan.
Yeah.
But everyone's like, well, that's not good enough for me because I need more. And so it's not really much of anything. They have to figure out what the resources they have are and then divide them in a way that they think is going to make the most sense.
The only real conflict here is that Adolin wants to go lead the Azamir defense, and Dalinar doesn't want him to go.
Because it's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of it. Yeah. And then Dalinar does let him go. And that's the conflict. And they don't
pretty
talk.
much. And Navani's like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you if you guys don't talk to one another.
And then they do talk about what Shallan needed him to say, but not about his feelings at all.
Yep.
Yeah. Chapter 21, Incomplete Truths. Shallan gathers her people. They go, oh my god, we're still not even at that. They go and they kidnap the girl. She's got a mask. They strip her, take her clothes. Shallan dresses up as her, sneaks into the Ghostbloods building. There's some other stuff that happens in here, but that's basically what happens. We cut over to Sigzil, who is going to be leading the attack on the Shattered Plains.
Yeah.
And he is like, I shouldn't be here. And then his friend is like, but what if you should be here? And he's like, I should be here. Okay, this is my plan. And they're like, great, let's fucking do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yasna is in a meeting. They have this private meeting with Dalinar, Navani, and Fen. Weirdly, don't know why Fen is here. I guess
not sure.
She doesn't really contribute anything. But they basically have to. They talk about the idea that Dalinar is going to become Honor.
And they also mention the wind again. Now the wind being a thing is fairly common knowledge, I guess. Yeah. A definite shift in tone in this book because the wind is going to be a character.
And so they talk about how to go to the spiritual realm and how Dalinar and Navani can take some stormlight, touch the ground, and then it links their souls there. Yeah. Bondsmiths. Because it's a bond. And
yeah.
So they decide that they're probably going to do that. They know this is going to piss off the Stormfather, but they don't really care. And then the Mink is...
Yeah, they don't give a fuck anymore.
During this, Yasna is aware that there are 2 people in the room hiding. And one of them is Lift. And I was like, if Lift is fucking somebody, this is going to be real weird.
Yeah, we were like, we're going to lose our minds.
And then Lift and the Mink pop up. And I'm like, if the Lift is fucking the Mink, this is going to get real weird.
Yeah, but it's not that.
No, they're just hanging out together, which is a little weird.
They both like to sneak around. I don't know. They're like teaching each other tricks.
I know, but don't sneak around with little girls. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
I don't know. But
maybe pedophilia is not a thing in this world.
Whoa, no, it is. We're saying it is. But nothing happened between the Mink and Lift.
Huh? What do you mean? No, I'm saying that like maybe like the illness of like being attracted to children and underage person doesn't exist.
I
in this
thought
world.
You meant like maybe it like being illegal. I thought you were trying to like start down a path where like
Nope. I'm just saying that maybe it's not a concern in this world because it doesn't happen.
In my fantasy world, everyone is attracted to people
around the same age.
Around the same age as them.
Yeah, and so that wouldn't. So then it's not weird.
That's such a funny thing. I'm writing the like desire to be a pedophile out of my books.
Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie.
It's because they don't have anime.
I would like to write books someday. They're not. I already know I'm gonna get torn apart by people who are like, oh, you think you're a better writer than Brandon Sanderson? I never will. I promise you. I know I'm gonna write bad books. I'm never gonna write pedophiles into them. I'm just not.
No, yeah.
It's
yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Straff Venture. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's a different planet though. They're not the same humans.
Oh boy.
Different humans. Probably.
So then the mink is like, here's the deal, Goncho. If you're not going to try and save a Lethkar, if that's not in the plan at all, then you are not living up to my bargain, and you have to let me go save Herdaz. And everyone is like, that's dumb. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. And he's like, well, Dalinar's like, I made an oath.
He pulls out the banner, and Dalinar's like, okay, we'll send you 200 people and 50 windrunners, and you can go save your country.
Yeah.
And I fucking love that Lopen is the one leading that.
What?
Lopen is the windrunner leading the Herdaz people home.
Oh, I somehow missed that.
Lopen talks about it when Lopen and the other windrunner are investigating where the explosion is in the final chapter of the reading this week.
Yeah.
Lopen is like, we can't do anything here. We have to go fly them to Herdaz, right?
Oh yeah. Right.
Love the choice to have Lopen get to take his people home.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's great. I'm very excited for it. Chapter 22, looking for a third
same
option. I love that I love that you knew where I was going with that.
Oh, always.
Kaladin is trying to break down the walls around Szeth. And Szeth is like, hey, I know that I have a mental health problem.
And I deserve it.
I've killed
I've done
so many
terrible
people.
things. So don't try to make me better, because I deserve to be in pain all the time.
And I agree with him a little bit. I'm like, hey, like if you don't want to feel better because you really do feel this bad about killing innocent people, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know how to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah, that's a really tough one.
Like, I've killed so many innocent people that I feel like I should suffer is like... And it's why Kaladin is struggling so much to come up with
how to help Szeth.
Yeah.
So he's like, well,
with anything to push back on it with.
You have killed a lot of innocent people.
He's like, yeah, that's true.
You should be guilty about it, because that's a terrible thing that you did.
But you can feel better.
But also, you can maybe redeem yourself.
It's just impossible. It's such an impossible conversation.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Kaladin is so... While I'm glad that we're talking about mental health and doing a mental health plotline, I am also glad that Kaladin isn't good at this yet, because it would feel real bullshit if he was just already the best therapist.
Yeah, 100%.
And so this conversation of him being like, fuck, I don't actually have a good... I'm going to make stew. We cut back to Dalinar, who...
Stew solves problems.
Dalinar and the Stormfather have it out about Dalinar becoming Honor.
Yeah.
And Dalinar is basically like, I need to do something. And the Stormfather is like, you want to become a god, just like your brother. And Dalinar is like, wait, what?
I'm sorry, what?
Dalinar said what?
Yeah. What about my brother? The Stormfather's like, shut the fuck up, I didn't say anything.
And the Stormfather is kind of the problem. Like, we're at a point now where the Stormfather is kind of the problem.
The Stormfather is kind of the problem, and also is like, oh yeah, what happened to Honor is like actually like really bad. And Dalinar's like, okay, like what happened? He's like, oh, I don't know.
I hope it is actually really bad and not Shallan killed Testament bad. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Titanis, thank you for this, because I really agree with you. The main issue is that in a way Kaladin is trying to fix Szeth, not understand him.
Yeah.
Yes, Kaladin is showing up with a like, oh, I have to fix him, not I want to be here for him.
Because that's what Dalinar has asked him to do, and he hasn't...
And he has 10 days.
Yeah, he hasn't figured out how... Yeah, he hasn't figured this out yet, for sure.
Like, having your first real attempt at being a therapist be, hey, I know you just, like... Not even graduate. I know you just finished your first year of undergrad for your psychiatry degree.
Yeah.
Can you speedrun therapy on a schizophrenic, please?
Who is a mass murderer?
Who's a mass murderer. And so Dalinar is basically like, hey man, I understand that you're upset, but you're actually not being helpful, so I'm going to go do this.
Yeah.
And so he pops back and Wit gives him a new watch that allows him to understand the passage of time between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, because you can accidentally spend too much time in the spiritual realm really easily, which is why we think that Gavinor will be an adult by the end of this book.
That was my thought. I thought there might be something interesting in having, Gavinor kind of gets lost and is an adult and is maybe taken in and corrupted by Odium. Because
I was thinking Biodomishram.
Or Biodomishram, yeah. Like I could. It would be interesting if the contest of champions was between Dalinar and Gavinor. I was like, it's very like King Arthur kind of vibes.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you pull that off. If I'm being completely honest. I think that's a tough one to do, especially like Dalinar then knowing that it's Gavinor. But I just do think that there's something with Gavinor, being like tormented by Spren through his childhood and having all these terrible things happen to him. Yeah. I think it makes him a little more easily corruptible.
Especially by a god. Spren god.
Or a Spren god. By either Odium or by Biodomishram. So
the plan is that Dalinar and the girls are going to go on a trial run, and they're going to go open a perpendicularity down in the basement, because in the spiritual realm, your Theru might not be there, and so if they open it high up, they might just fall real far.
Yeah, which that's nice, I guess.
Chapter 23, Compromise. Shallan breaks into the Ghostbloods'
establishment.
Yeah, establishment after the last two of the I think it's the Thalens show up. I can't remember. The Thalens, the last two Thalens that they didn't know were Ghostbloods show up, and they sneak in. And that's basically what happened. This is a long conversation where they talk about it for a while.
She uses the idea that we had about having the armor in case somebody so they can't move.
Yeah. They do kidnap.
That idea came into play real fast.
Because they're like, how can you sneak in? And it's like, what if we use the masks? So they trap Mask Girl in the armor, and then they tip her into a wheelbarrow. And we get a description of how long you have to hold someone's neck to knock them out, which is very dark. And Navani is still trying to run the tower. First time there, I don't like the corrupt little boy who's suddenly an adult trope. I don't love it either. That's it. How old is Lift now? She's almost 15, Skepcat. Right? Because she was 13, and then about a year and a half has passed since she was 13. So she'd be like 14, almost 15. Because in Edge Dancer, she's 10 3 times. So that's 13, right? Or no, 10 3 times would be 12. She might only be like 4. She's not yet 16. She'd be like 14. How long was she 13 though? No, she was 10 3 times, right? So that was how she got to 13. And it's been like, so she would be between, I think I'm getting the math of this right. She's between 14 and 15. Because she would have been around 13. No. Wait a second. She's 10 3 times in Edge Dancer. But that is when the storm hits, the Everstorm, right? So maybe 15. Maybe 15. Somewhere between 14 and like 15. Yeah, we got there in the end. So Navani years are longer on Roshar. Oh, that's true. She's between 14 and 15 Roshar years. But a year in Roshar is like 400 and something days, right?
Yeah, but do humans mature or grow up faster?
No, because it seems like puberty happens at the same time.
But would your brain finish developing at like 28 instead of 24?
500 days. So she is actually closer to like her mid-20s in our years.
Who is?
Oh, but there's 21 hours. That's complicated.
What the fuck?
That's too complicated. I don't know, man.
But then you have to say that yeah.
The rate is a 1.1 difference. Okay, so then she would be close to 16-ish.
Lift?
Yeah.
Sure. Again, assuming that like maturity is at the same pace.
Anyway. So she's like 16, sure. The things we get into on this show.
Wild.
So, we full stop the Wind and Truth to read a chapter from Rhythm of War. What?
Continue. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, Navani is doing experiments with light and spren.
Oh, okay.
So that we can have heating fabrials in the tower without having the moral implications. And it's by if we give the spren in our fabrials little treats.
Yes. If we domesticate spren instead of enslaving and imprisoning them, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So we're now talking about, we now need to find out what treats spren like so that we can use them as chattel.
We should conduct this experiment. You should just bring me little different treats every day and see which one I like best.
But I know what treats you like. I'm very aware of what treats you like. I get you little treats all the time.
What if there's treats that I don't know that I like?
I buy you those as well. When do I not buy you treats?
Just teasing.
Who opened the Halloween candy said we were not going to touch and save for the kids?
Me, because I have no self-control. But yeah.
Baby, I will buy you all the Halloween candy.
Great.
You can have as much Halloween candy as you want.
Oh, I only get it today and tomorrow because after the wedding I'm being good.
Well, then you eat that whole bag today.
Well, that was supposed to be for the kids.
We'll buy another one. There's a whole week till Halloween.
Jesus Christ.
Gotta give them names. They love that shit. I love that they're like, oh my god, I have a fucking name. Well, but yes, I will heat your bedroom and watch you fuck because you named me. What? They've essentially established that all of the devices in their bedroom have little guys in them watching them have sex.
Well, and maybe that's why the people don't find it as weird as we do. Because spren are just kind of always around, like, a lot of the time, and so it isn't that weird, but I find it so weird.
Well, and I would imagine that, like, we joked about orgasm spren, and it doesn't seem like that exists, but...
I guess people fuck with their dog in their room, I guess, you know, like...
Oh,
what?
Like, what are you talking about? I mean, yeah, with their dog in the room, yeah. Yep.
Just saying. Like...
My brain... like short-circuited at fuck with their dog, and I was like, what are you saying on the internet right now?
People keep like lizard tanks in their bedrooms.
Oh, 100%. But the lizards don't cheer your name when you come. The dog isn't sitting at the edge of the bed until the end, then going, Shalom.
Fair. That is a fair point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm assuming like joy spren come out when people fuck and like...
passion spren.
Yeah, pain spren when a girl loses their virginity.
Oh, God. Yeah. What a
Can you imagine fucking and passion spren don't show up? Like, do you just break up?
Well, I was literally thinking that. I was like, what if like you're faking it?
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, like your partner's like, I don't think you're actually that into that. And you're like, no, like, what do you mean? I'm totally into this. Like, I've never seen a passion spren when we've been together ever. Like, no, I totally am like super duper into it.
Anyway, the sibling still doesn't love this, but it feels like she's starting to, they are starting to
They're
change.
starting to like come around and understand that it's not as bad if they're being given little treats and names. So. And
then the chapter ends with Brandon Sanderson breaking the fourth wall to be like, and now time for my non-binary representation. The end. Chapter 24.
Again, yeah.
It's done well, and I really like it.
It's done well.
Only because there's so much of this in the same section. I know I keep saying that, but it just feels like we hit every chapter. Fucking, like...
Every chapter.
Everything is hit in this book. It feels like there's a checklist. And he's like, and now the non-binary spren and the
TikTok
non-binary...
talking points.
the non-binary, really hot ardent who doesn't pay attention that anyone's into them, hears the Spren be like, I don't have gender, and is like, no, I really understand that. End of chapter.
And like you said, if it was just that, I'd be like, oh, great, that was really nice. That was great. But with the then gambling stuff, and then the hypochondria stuff, and then we've got the heavy-handed autism stuff, and then we've got the, like, death is schizophrenic stuff. Like, there's just, it's so wild, it feels like a different book. Because I it's not that this stuff is not in previous books. It's that it's handled so differently, and there's so much of it just in this one day of reading.
And I will say, the Rushu moment is maybe my favorite in the way that things are handled, in that it is 2 throwaway sentences at the end of a chapter.
Yeah.
This one is really quick. It's really just earnest and
yeah.
This doesn't feel like it's like, and now we're going to have a whole scene about it. It's literally just like, as Navani's walking away, Rushu has this moment. It is just
great.
In the world of this book feeling like it feels like it needs to be TikTok.
Yeah.
This one is just another check mark.
Here. Yeah. 100%.
I think that's what it is. Here's the thing. I don't need gay people to be check marks in a book. I just want them to be in a book.
Yeah.
And this book, some of these things feel a little bit more like check marks than they do actual characterization.
Well, and that it's ever felt like in the previous books.
Yeah.
At all. It's a very different vibe.
I also feel like it would feel differently if it wasn't the end of this, like, 5-book series. Like, if this was In Rhythm of War, I don't think it would feel as weird, because that isn't the climax book. But it does feel like we're introducing a lot of things at the end, which is, I don't know.
Well, and I do think that there is kind of, like, a bit of an allusion to it in Dawn Shard, but Dawn Shard is not the main series of the Stormlight. Right?
That Rushu's non-binary?
Yeah, that there's like a gender dysphoria vibe. That there's like something there where because and you know we have touched on gender as well with the one leader of the Reshi Isles, I think. But again, it's the way that it's handled, and that it feels like it's interspersed a little bit better, as opposed to every chapter in this section has like a thing.
Yeah. Raj, I think, is getting at what I feel. I think it's just that too many non-POV characters have this issue. We barely know Gaz and don't know Shab or Rushu at all. I think is a big part of it. Jared, I agree with you. Like, the Reshi King is, I think Reshi King's trans.
Yeah.
But the book doesn't have someone go up to them in conversation and be like, hey, so, you changed genders, huh?
Yeah.
Which is what Wind and Truth feels like it does.
Yeah.
That's the, like, this again, he's handled it better in previous books with the trans thing, with the Reshi Isles King.
Yeah. 100%.
So that's why this stands out, I think, is because he's crushed it before.
Yeah.
That it feels weird that it's like, I don't know. I just wish that, like, an editor had been like, hey, are you sure you want to
do all of these things all
right
of them
back
now,
to back
like this? Chapter 24, In the Dancing Ring. This is a Szeth flashback.
Szeth was always kind of a fucking lame, but
why?
He just was always kind of like a little bit too dedicated. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
His sister's like, hey man, like, we could chill a little bit. We can hang out. It's okay. You don't have to work so hard. And Szeth is like, nope, I have to dance the dance perfectly. And she's like, hey, I love you. I love you. You're a lot, but I love you. And he's just always taken things a little too seriously.
Okay.
And a lot fewer innocent people would have been killed by him if he had just ever had any chill about anything.
Any chill about anything.
It's not like he became truthless and then became a zealot. He was a zealot from the beginning.
Yeah. And
sometimes you gotta find a little bit of chill.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta find a little chill in this life, man.
Yeah.
Because you took.
Because otherwise, you end up being truthless and dedicated to an oath stone and a slave for people who are maybe bad and make you murder people.
Brother Armand says, "How dare this child have religious trauma?"
I mean, yeah. Well, it's weird though, because like it doesn't really seem like that's imprinted on him from his parents.
No. This is
right.
innate.
This is the community.
I agree with May Peregrine here, where she's or they say Zeth seems more genuinely autistic to me than Renarin as an autistic person. I agree with that. I think that this is a far more natural way of talking about a character being autistic than what happens later with Renarin, where he starts to like describe symptoms out loud.
Well, and again, I think that Renarin's like autism has been handled much better in previous books.
Yeah.
Because I always thought that Renarin was probably autistic as a character, but now in this book, it's like we really need you to know. Okay, we really got to go through the checklist.
But no, I find this understanding of why they are so pushy about the Stonewalker stuff makes a little bit more sense now.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that if you've ever worked on a farm, the idea that Roshar just must be very different from Earth, because the idea that you would never find rocks in a field as a farmer is crazy to me. Like, they gotta have no rocks, because you can till a field, get all the rocks out, you can till that same field the next day, you're gonna find a rock.
That's why they think rocks grow.
It's weird, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's always rocks.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that like finding a rock is rare when you're a farmer, that's as someone who like worked on farms growing up, crazy, man.
It was one thing in
that's like, alien shit.
It was one thing in Aragon that I actually thought was fascinating, is that the dwarves believe that rocks grow, right, and they're alive.
Yeah.
Because they've like found coral in the oceans, right, and they believe that rocks grow. And Aragon's like, well, wait a minute, I till the field, and then I come back the next day, and there are rocks, so maybe maybe they do grow. Maybe there's something to this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's just a fun little like concept. Basically the goat like licks some soil and there's like a rock underneath and they're like, oh my god, we have to report this immediately because maybe this is holy ground.
Yeah.
So they go. Zeth runs to get their dad.
Code Monkey says winter freeze chill pushes rocks to the surface. Does Roshar even have winter? Great question. We've never seen it snow in places that have summer.
No, only up in the mountains, right?
Yeah, they must not have like a snow cycle.
Yeah, because the storm doesn't bring snow instead of rain sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's not really like
that's interesting.
Thing.
So
yeah, I don't know.
But then there wouldn't be a melt. So the snow on how would I guess the high storm just causes there to be water flow.
Yeah, I guess.
But the water at the top of the mountain would just keep getting taller because the snow would never melt.
The mountain would get taller? What do you mean when the mountain would get taller? Mountains erode over time.
Yes, because the water melts.
Well, yeah,
but if the water isn't melting because there's no summer cycle,
rain. The rain is beating at the mountains. It's little bits over time. So even rain on a mountain would wear away stone in the way that a melt would, even if it functions differently.
But if there's a snowpack on top of the stone, the rain wouldn't wear anything away.
Well, but there isn't really a bunch of like I think we saw maybe a little bit of snow. There's ice and slate. Yeah, I
right.
guess.
So the rain would just hit that, it would freeze. Though. No, there's got to be some kind of summer cycle. It's just not talked about in the book. If it's cold enough for there to be ice and slate, there would be snow.
Well, but we actually don't know how the peaks work because Rock hasn't talked much about being home except that there are literally like hot places and cold places. Like the cities are hot somehow in the mountains and I don't know. We don't know enough about the peaks.
Yeah, wind erosion, but yeah, that's interesting. Is there snow on the mountains near Hurontario? I can't remember. I don't think they've ever talked about snow. I don't think there's snow. That's wild. I've just assumed that there's snow at some point in the year, but there just might never be snow on Roshar.
But it does get cold enough that you can see your breath.
Oh, actually, it drips from above is really true here. Creme would offset erosion a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because the mountains literally grow with creme. That's interesting. What? What?
Phone.
Oh, do you need to go answer it?
No, we still have shit to do.
Is it important?
Yeah, but...
Go talk. I'll keep the podcast going.
It might be a while, so...
It's an 800 number and you scheduled it?
No, I didn't schedule it, but I'm pretty sure that's Amex.
Oh, I thought we were calling them at 4.
Huh?
What do we have at 4?
Interview. And that's at
With
5.
a vampire?
No. Anyways, don't worry about it. We get to chapter 25.
Yeah, there's no creme in Shinovar. That wouldn't happen in Shinovar.
No, because they don't even have, like, the high storms.
Anyway, they find a rock and they're going to go tell their dad.
Yeah.
Chapter 25, Purposeful Danger. Shallan goes in, and Mraize is playing with a crossbow, and he has bolts with anti-light on the tip, which is a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Because gemstones would be too heavy to shoot with a traditional bow, and so the anti-light would have to be shot by something with a crossbow where your draw weight could... They wouldn't be amazing over very far distances, but for like a semi-short distance range attack against radiance, they would be very effective.
Well, unless you could make a fabrial that kind of negates the effect of gravity on a crossbow bolt.
Oh, interesting. Something
and
that
then
makes
missiles
it light.
were created.
Wow.
Do you imagine if you could do an anti-gravity fabrial on like bows and crossbow bolts and they just go for forever?
Oh, wow. Or like if you could add a fabrial that like makes them fly towards investiture.
Like actual missiles?
Like, yeah, you could make like radiant seeking missiles.
Well, that's awful.
Because Spren are kind of naturally attracted to investiture, right?
No wonder Kalak is so paranoid.
Yeah, if you could make a fabrial that makes the arrow anti-gravity and like attracted to investiture.
Now here's the problem with that is that so many things have investiture that like the arrow missile thing would probably just get pulled into the first thing with investiture that it encounters. But
yeah, so it might like hit your like coin purse. You're just shooting at people's money at a certain point. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh wow.
Yeah. However, we do know that everybody has a soul, and so if you were able to get the imprint of a person's soul to mix with the investiture seeking, you could technically maybe make something that seeks out a specific person.
Oh my god, you could literally fucking pull a Vanderdecken.
A what?
Vanderdecken.
Sure, man.
He has the mark fruit, which allows him to throw things at people who he's touched, and they will always fly towards them.
Yeah. Awful.
Spoilers, sorry. But it's not really spoilers, it's just a power in One Piece, but
yeah.
Oh my
Anyways,
god. Oh my god. If you could ascribe identity to a fabrial, you could launch something at someone and it would kill them.
Ruh-oh!
Oh, I love that. Anyway, so Shallan is trying not to have anxiety Spren pop up. Mraize starts going off on some random bullshit, and Shallan is trying to like crouch and look like Yaddle, and Yaddle comes over and talks to her and starts speaking in, of course, Shallan does not speak Scadrial languages. It's a shame that Dalinar couldn't have given her that with a bonding, but we skipped over it, but Dalinar was able to give Adolin a bonding, they called it a bond smithing.
Yeah.
Oh god, no, this is going to derail us so far, but can we just talk about the fact that like the Windrunners have lashings, but everyone else just calls their powers, they're like light weaving and bond smithing, and like I'm guessing Skybreakers have skybreakings.
I have no idea.
But he's like, yeah, I'm giving you a bondsmith. It will only work in Aesir, and it will only work for a week. Don't know why.
Well, eventually the investiture wears off in the same way that, like, with the Windrunners sticking things to things, it eventually wears off, right?
I just don't understand why it only works in Azimir. It feels like it should work whatever the identity of the land is.
Yeah, it's bonded to Azimir, and it's Azimir specific, so if he leaves Azimir, it won't translate the language. Because it's powered by the people there believing that their language has meaning.
Right. Oh, so it feels like the way it would work is that, because I don't think he gives him like an Azish bondsmithing. He gives him a language bondsmithing, and while he's an Azir, it will let him speak Azish but not other things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
but if he were to go to Phalana, he would be able to speak Phalan.
If he gave him that bond.
No, but I think the bondsmithing is just a connection to the local land. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So Aelin will be able to speak Azish, which is important to not have to translate everything.
Talking shit behind his back. Anyways, Shallan is like, oh shit, I don't speak that language. And so
she nods.
She's like, mm-hmm.
And then she gets pulled into, Mraize explains to the group what the plan is. They're going to follow Dalinar through the perpendicularity into the spiritual realm to track down Baido Mishram for reasons. And then,
and they're like, what would Lord Kelsier think? And Mraize is like, fuck Lord Kelsier, we're doing our own stuff. And they're like, but we don't keep secrets. And he's like, fuck that, we keep all the secrets. And I'm like, oh wow, Mraize is just starting his own band here, I guess.
Yeah, I think
the drummer has broken off and started their own band.
The interesting thing about Yaddle is that she's powerful enough to pull in help from off-world with Kelsier not being in on her plans.
Yeah.
Like, she is powerful enough that she is able to do this kind of behind Kelsier's back, but be pulling resources from off-planet, which is very interesting. But
she also makes a comment about Mraize kind of going rogue. So I'm very confused.
All of the Ghostbloods apparently are going rogue all the time.
I'm very confused at what the dynamic is for the Ghostbloods on Roshar, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, but even the girl that Shallan is portraying apparently has their own desires that don't necessarily go along with what Yaddle's are, which is so fascinating.
Yeah.
And yeah, Yaddle's the one that wants Baido Mishram for sure.
Yeah.
And so the Shallan gets pulled over into a conversation with Yaddle and the other what are they called? The Malwish, thank you. We cut over to...
And we find out that they are Malwish because Hoyd confirms it.
We cut over to the delineator of all things Dalinar. And they have another conversation about the fact that he wants to become Honor. And this time Wit's like, it's very dangerous. And Dalinar's like...
Yeah, going to the spiritual realm is real fucked up. So if you're going to do that, this is how we have to do it. You need a connection so that hopefully you don't not notice the passage of time.
Yeah, this is just where I was like, since this is the only option, it just feels like there's a bunch of scenes where they just talk about doing it.
Yes. Yeah.
They're all interesting enough. But we kind of go through this series of conversation of Dalinar and Navani explaining this thing to multiple different people and having kind of the same conversation without anyone really. No one really offers an alternative. They just kind of talk about it again and again and again.
Yeah.
Chapter 26. Hunting the Hunter.
Yeah.
They go into a conversation, the three of them, and Shallan is like, fuck, I don't speak this language. I don't know what I'm going to do. And so she looks at the doorknob and is like, Janat.
Yeah, because she's like, I should be participating in this conversation and cannot. And then Janat, we missed mentioning this earlier, she did show up earlier, which is why Shallan gets this idea. Yeah. But then Janat does actually show up for Shallan. He's like, hey girl, I got you. And does appear on the doorknob to give her story credibility. This is when Shallan finds out that Mraize and Yaddle have bonded corrupted Spren because Janat just loves to play both sides.
She's playing her own side. She just wants the Spren to survive.
Yeah. And also, they're like, is Shallan hunting us? And Janat's like, definitely.
Yeah, Shallan, she's after you right now.
100%. For sure.
And so they realize that Shallan is not the girl, and they are gonna fight. chapter over. Chapter 27, What is Right? Zeth and his family stand around a rock and talk about whether or not they should tell the stone shamans about the rock, or if they should
lose their home,
move the rock. Basically, like, it is the same concept as, like, people in the United States finding, like, Native American burial ground and then having to make the decision about whether or not they let historical people come in and basically force them out of their homes. I appreciate the complexity with which Brandon Sanderson approached this, because it is such a complicated subject.
However, I will say Brandon Sanderson kind of takes the complexity out of it by later having Hoyd be like, oh yeah, no, the stone thing is bullshit. The religious thing that they have about stones is just stupid because it helped them ferry them across the world.
I don't think that matters. I think here's the thing, and I mean no malice towards any individual people when I say this. Mm-hmm. I think that you could argue the way we care about any history is stupid. Like, you could make an argument that giving a shit about burial sites, not specifically Native American ones, any burial site anywhere on Earth is dumb.
Well, yeah, I mean, graves take up a lot of space.
Yeah, so and that's why I
never really understood why we do that.
We our bones after we die only have value because we ascribed value to them.
Yeah.
Officially same. I'm sorry, I don't know what Nagpra is.
Roshar Nagpra. I have no idea. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure I should. But I immediately I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
And so really, what's really interesting here is Raj says burial sites have meaning, a stone doesn't.
Meaning that we put on them arbitrarily.
There's no inherent meaning to a burial site. It's only we put meaning on burial sites.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's wrong.
Yeah.
Native American Grave Protection Act. Oh, okay.
Okay. I did not know what that was. Yeah.
And I agree that burial sites have meaning. I am not arguing that we should like dig them up. I'm just saying that to ascribe value to them is something we have done. It's not inherent. There's no inherent value in our bones after we die. Right. Unless we decide that there is. And I think that graves are a beautiful thing. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to keep dying, and the land is limited. And I don't want to be buried, but
yeah,
burial sites, everything in life, money has no meaning unless we give it meaning. Everything has meaning because we give it meaning.
Yeah. And
so the fact that they have stone meaning, I think, is real, whether or not they understand the context of it.
Yeah, I like what Brother Armand says. It's more as they took it more as religious people ignoring the parts they don't like. Right?
Yeah.
I follow this religion except for these things because I don't like that it negatively affects me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. Victor Sana says, like, Egyptian pyramids, we should have dug them up. I definitely think that I think that what we found in the pyramids should be in Egypt. But the British Museum disagrees with me, so. James Akester's joke where he's like, I'm going to tell you a crazy story. Once upon a time, the Brits, we all got on a boat, and you're not going to believe this, we robbed everyone in the world. And we hid it in a museum.
Yeah.
And go watch it. It's one of my favorite comedy bits of all time. And it's so funny, but it's also so sad because it's so real.
Yeah. But God is real, and Roshar, hence religions have real basis. That's not true. The gods on Roshar are not real. There are people that hold godlike powers. But even Navani is struggling to come to terms with what actually is God.
But
or a god.
The problem with the religions in Roshar is that the religions in Roshar are actually not based on the real gods.
No.
Which is what's so interesting about them, right? The Almighty isn't honor. Navani starts to say that honor is the they start to say that honor is the Almighty. But he isn't, weirdly, because God changed. So what they called the Almighty literally changed in their history.
Yeah. Which
is fascinating.
So God can't be real on Roshar because we don't have a determining criteria for what God is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because everyone believes something different. Abenalsium was probably God, but Abenalsium doesn't exist anymore. So, But are you a god if you hold one piece of a potentially true god? I don't know. Maybe you just have really great magic powers. You are...
No, they are gods.
Maybe.
But
they're still
my
people.
My point is that the religion that the Alethi follow changed who its god was. They just used the word almighty, but it was odium, and now it's honor.
Yeah, sure.
But like literally,
Which
even
therefore,
their religion changed gods.
Which therefore, again, it only has the meaning in which people decide that it does, and the people on Roshar don't even know what that means anymore, because what happened to their gods is so complicated.
Yeah.
So, we don't
need to move
actually
on
know
to
what
this. We can talk about this forever. I'll put the weight of having to decide what to do with this stone on a child's shoulders, which in that moment, Zeth is like, wow, you guys are fucking assholes. Even in the moment where they tell Zeth that it's his choice, he's like, why would you do this to me?
He's like, I'm a child.
What the fuck did I do to deserve this?
And this is where Zeth's trauma stems from, because he's like, I don't want to have to make decisions. I'm just going to let other people do that for me because of this moment.
The two Zeth flashback chapters are both very good.
Yeah.
After a book of bad flashbacks, these are both very enlightening in ways that I was like, oh god, it's so nice to have flashbacks where I don't have all the information before they happen.
Yeah.
It's great. These are very new. They're relatable. They're real. They really help fill in the darkness that is how Zeth became Zeth.
Yeah.
Like, why is he such a zealot? I think that the two Zeth chapters so far are much in the stuff that Brandon Sanderson isn't crushing him in truth. It's nice to see that he has his flashback mojo back so far. Yeah.
No, I thought these were great. We've only had two, but enjoyed them both so far.
Officially CM says it's because they know Zeth would rat them out to the authorities if he didn't have a hand in the decision. That is
potentially, yeah.
And so Stonewalkers start attacking, and so Zeth's mom uses a shovel to throw the stone in a tree, even though they could have just left the stone there because the Stonewalkers would not have touched it.
Oh, no, it's not about the Stonewalker. It's that they didn't want anyone coming by and seeing it and being like, that's a stone, and then they have to move their home. And,
I see what you're saying. Because she was like, it felt like his mom was like, oh, the Stonewalkers won't look for it here. And I was like, why? They're not going to look for it at all. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Chapter 28. Obstacle. This is going to be a 4 book club, y'all. I'm so sorry.
Oopsie. Shallan brings in the reinforcements. She gets the fuck out. And she's like, Testament will never kill again. And even though Testament killed Tin.
That was the last one.
I think it's... I thought that it was very interesting that I thought the idea behind this was that Testament was traumatized by killing her mom, but she's killed again since then, and so I don't know, kind of. I
feel it.
Yeah, I didn't really. Yeah. Anyways, Testament becomes a shield.
Yes, but Yaddle is smart and loads up the anti-light arrow, and so Shallan dismisses her blade, her shield, and her armor, not knowing what will happen if they get hit.
Yeah.
And she takes the anti-light to the chest.
Yeah.
Thankfully, she is real good about blowing. She's been practicing with Adel a lot.
Yeah.
And she's able to get all this stormlight out of her before she takes it. So she is just dying slowly, but she does not blow up.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
Because the anti-stormlight can't react without the stormlight. It's basically useless. It doesn't do anything that we know of unless there is a presence of Stormlight. Then we jump over to Kaladin, and...
no, we have to bring up, they catch a lot of the Ghost Bloods in the tunnel, the secret tunnel, through the mountain, but Mraize, Yaddle, and Lika, they vanish into Shadesmar.
Yeah.
They pull a Yasna, because we don't know what their powers are yet.
Yeah, but we do know they're bonded to Corrupted Spren.
Yeah.
Then we jump over to Kaladin, who's like, Zeth, keep telling your flashback story. And Zeth is like, nah, I'm good.
I really appreciate that the flashbacks are also... that the understanding of Zeth's flashbacks are that we're hearing them as Kaladin is hearing them. I think that's a great framing device for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love that.
Yeah. It goes back to like when like it was like, oh, Shallan is remembering things. Having the flashbacks be a little bit more diegetic's the wrong word, but you know what I mean, like
organic.
Well,
within the story.
Yeah,
being a part of the story as opposed to just
kind of being plopped places.
Yeah, they also, so they look at the monasteries, one of the monasteries, because there's one for each herald.
It's got a shadow on it.
Something's very super duper wrong. There's definitely an unmade here.
Yeah.
And we don't know what's happening. Chapter 29 is Secret Handshakes.
Should we show Chad our secret handshake? We do that every morning when we wake up.
Yeah, very rehearsed.
Yeah.
Great.
We're really good at it.
The podcast listeners loved that.
There are no podcast listeners.
Well, that's not actually true.
It is actually very not true. Thank you to everyone who listens to the podcast.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very clean and well practiced handshake.
Shallan gets saved by people coming in through the roof.
Yeah.
And they rip that the little anti-light out of her, and she breathes in some stormlight. She's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
And she is like, okay, I have to put together a team. We need to chase them into the Shadesmar to stop them from getting into the perpendicularity and following Dalinar and Navani into, well, I guess just Dalinar. She doesn't know Navani's going to go in with him yet. Into the spiritual realm.
Yeah. She like peeks in Shadesmar and she like sees them going towards the
which
platform.
She shouldn't be able to do, but she is able to do because she's 2 Spren. I did not clock that earlier, that she shouldn't be able to look into Shadesmar. Because that's not what her power set is.
Only Yasna does. Yeah, well, actually, I guess Yasna and Venli.
Yeah, no, she's not the right kind of radiant. There's 2 orders of radiance that can do this, not her. Yeah. But she can, because she's the most special girl.
Yeah.
She truly is God's favorite princess.
We hop over to Lift, who is hanging out with Gavinor because no one else says time for Gavinor, and she feels really bad. Yeah. Apparently, Vasher has been teaching her swear words like shit.
Which I think is, okay, this is where the, like, I am translating English for the audience, but they're actually speaking Alethi. How Brandon Sanderson talks about the world is... It's really complicated. Yeah. Because is he saying that Zyle is saying the actual word shit or the equivalent of shit? Because what's weird about this, right, is that Zyle uses shit as an epithet, which they don't do on this planet. Yes. But why would Zyle be is Zyle swearing in Alethi? Oh. And saying what the equivalent of shit in Alethi would be? Or is Zyle saying shit, like the English word shit, because that's the language he speaks from his planet? The trying to explain the language thing here got real. I was like, is she swearing in a language they don't understand? Or is she just saying like poop in Alethi, but in Alethi they don't use poop as an epithet? I don't know. This is so nonsense, and we don't need to talk about it but my brain was like, I don't know what Brandon Sanderson was trying to explain with this, and I feel like I felt dumb. You know what I mean? I just felt dumb here. I was like,
Growback says, I think it's the equivalent of shit. It's Roshar doesn't say poop as a bad word, but they do on Zale's planet. So, yeah, okay.
So it's the Alethi shit, not the Nalthis shit. Great.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, basically, she's just saying poop. She's like, poop, but in Alethi.
Great. I'm glad that was clear up, because I was like, is he speaking is she learning a Nalthis word that's bad? And so people, because no one ever has a reaction to her using it.
Yeah. The Lift has also been asking the sibling to look for the red chicken.
Yes.
Which I find very funny.
I really hope that red chicken isn't that important to this book.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
The sibling's like, it's not here, girl. You saw it one time.
Gavinor then kind of goes off on this like super depressing monologue about how his mom was killed by Spren, and then his mom gave him to Voidbringer Spren, and that his dad died trying to save them, and he's like, I'm gonna kill everyone who was responsible for killing my dad. And Lift is like, yeah, oh, sure, yeah, okay.
Which is why I think that he might be corrupted in the time jump.
Yes.
Because he has this anger in him that Dalinar and Navani are kind of ignoring him and not helping him work through.
He is Anakin.
He's not being given room to grieve.
Yeah.
Or help grieving.
Yeah. He is Anakin, and he's about to just... He's being repressed and doesn't know how to deal with the fact that his parents are dead and that he was tortured.
Yeah, we spent some time talking about how Lift is into boys now. And then Lift and... they follow Dalinar. Lift steals much food from the decision-making room, and they head out. Chapter 30, we're back to what we were reacting to. Not alone.
You are not alone.
Renarin is not alone. Because Drehy is also gay.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Thank God.
We've talked about this enough. This scene is fine. Like, there's nothing actually wrong with it. I do find Brandon Sanderson trying to, like, make a point about how like
being in the closet.
It never being in the closet never works out. A little bit. It's so interesting when straight people write, particularly straight people who I don't know are in communities that would have a lot of gay people in them, try and write gay conversations, and yeah, it's fascinating because Dalinar. Renarin establishes that Navani doesn't want him to be gay. And that being gay is not considered normal. But we know that in this world it's accepted enough.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It's just that depending on where you live, there's certain paperwork that has to be filled out. And that Navani just doesn't want it because she wants grandchildren.
Yeah, and so it's just an interesting... I don't really understand how accepted being gay is in this world, if I'm being completely honest. Mm-hmm. It was a background thing with Drehy, but Drehy was a slave, like, you know what I mean? Like, Drehy's like, the Bridge 4 people are all sort of, like, different.
Well, then he was a soldier, and we know what the army's like, so.
Yeah, and so we're just, Raj says, do you feel that the scene felt patronizing? I'm generally asking this coming from a country that has accepted gay as legal, but there's still social stigma and awkwardness around it. No, I didn't feel like it was patronizing.
No.
At all, actually. It's actually pretty well written. It's pretty well done.
That's the thing. It is one of those moments, again, where I think that the scene by itself is actually pretty decent. It just comes in a long line of checklists for this section about who's into who and sexuality and TikTok talking points, again.
Yeah, and it just... The only part of it that kind of felt weird to me was Drehy being like, it never works out to be in the closet. Whereas I think that in my experience with the queer community, the way that we talk about it is like you come out when it's the right time. And
that safety is an important part of that.
Yeah, it's not about being in or out. It's about being comfortable. Like I've spoken to people who are openly in the closet, I'll say. They're not ready to be open about it.
Yeah.
But they are among other queer people and only among other queer people.
Yeah.
And I've talked with people who have guilt about that and who struggle with that. And my thing with them is always like, you don't owe anyone that conversation, and you don't have to tell people, right? You can tell people when you're ready, and
yeah,
it's just it's you know, I think that
that's why
the idea of the scene essentially coming down to like Drehy being like, it's just better to be out, isn't always true.
In our world.
Yeah.
And that's why this conversation kind of is a little bit awkward, because being gay in this world, it means something different than being gay in our world. Because if for some people in our world, legitimately, that would jeopardize their safety. Whereas for Renarin, it wouldn't. And so the sentiment that it is better to just come out and like kind of be who you are is great. It's nice. It's beautiful. But those are the things that we say to people in our world, while also acknowledging the danger behind it.
Yeah.
So it's weird because the worlds are so different that it just kind of becomes a slightly different conversation. And that's okay. I thought it was handled pretty well.
Yeah, it was pretty good. If this was the only POV that did this in this section, I wouldn't have thought much of it. I would be like, oh, cool. Like, I'm glad we're having this conversation. And it is cute. And honestly, like, it gets... I prefer the way it happens in the next section where we cut to Elaine's POV and Renarin has a vision And I do agree with them. Right. Having a crush on Verlaine and the interspecies relationship is probably more problematic.
Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah, than him actually being gay.
But I found
bi, but I don't know. They kind of talk as though Renarin is gay. I
found the subtext of the way in which Verlaine and Renarin interact in the vision element much stronger part of this, and so I do think this chapter gets better as it goes on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel so much like we're just talking about it because we have to talk about it, but it feels more like when it's actual. Z-Man says, at least the advice coming from another gay character is way better than Adolin or Kaladin saying to come out. I agree with that.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Drahe, like, taking it upon himself to actually, like, extend that hand and just be like, hey, like, I'm not going to try and force you to do anything, but I've noticed. And just so you know, like, I don't have correct answers, but I may have some kind of insight if you just want to talk about it.
I think that what it is that because this is the last in the series of talking about everybody's sexualities, it also feels like a checkmark moment, even though I think it's the best written of all of them.
Sure, yeah.
Like, this and the Rushu moment are both, like, honestly, weirdly, I think that the queer stuff is written better than the mental health stuff in this section.
In this section, yeah.
But because this is the last one, this one feels like another checkmark after all the other checkmarks.
Yeah.
Whereas if the other checkmarks weren't there, I think that I would really like this scene more. In a vacuum, I think I like this scene the most of them, if I'm being honest.
Because then we get into some crazy fucking shit.
Is it that crazy?
Well, I mean, yeah.
These visions don't mean... These are not helpful.
I mean the explosion.
Oh no, I wasn't done with chapter 30 yet. We have to talk about these are the things that they see. They see Renarin on a throne in singer clothing. That's also his room.
Not on a throne. Where's the throne? He's just in his rooms in Alethkar, right?
Oh, I thought the first one he was on a throne in...
No, I think he's in his room in Alethkar wearing singer clothing.
Which is so weird to me, because even if him and Relaine I don't think that one is about him and Relaine getting together, because...
We talked about this, because we said, like, that Relaine is not actually a singer. Relaine is a listener, and so it would be very weird if Renarin... Like, it'd be weird if, like, I started dating a man who's, like, has heritage from India but doesn't dress in traditional Indian clothing, and no one in his family does.
Oh, I was actually thinking about that metaphor.
Like, yeah.
But I think it would be... I think it would be kind of like dating a Sunni Muslim, but wearing Shiite Muslim clothing.
Sure.
Like, they're both Muslim, but they're culturally different. Right?
Yeah. And so at first I thought this vision might be kind of like nice, and then it's like, oh no, this is
the singer's one, and he's forced.
This is the singer's one. Yeah. And Renarin is forced to serve his father under odium in this war.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what that is. Which is a big ol' yikes.
And then he sees the Everstorm,
which is not actually the Everstorm.
Probably the third storm.
Because there is another storm that has been alluded to. So, yeah, there is a third storm.
The next one is Dalinar standing over a pit with something gold in it. I don't know. I think that's the Contest of Champions. And then there's one...
I mean, Odium's light is golden, but that's the only, like, gold color reference. Or maybe the Dawn Shard light's gold.
No, I think it's Odium. I think it's Odium and him, the Contest of Champions. There's some kind of hole involved. Maybe Dalinar's holes. We'll see. Yeah, maybe it's like who can take a bad dragon dildo the furthest in their ass. That is the Contest of Champions.
That could be it, because we don't know what the contest is. So.
One is 12 people in Shinovar. So, 12 people in Shinovar. And then one is, the last one is Bahu Mishram, who freaks out on them and ends the visions.
Yeah.
And then Shallan arrives and is like, hey, we're going to the spiritual realm. And he's like, what? And then that's the end of the chapter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Chapter 31. Shallan, Renarin, Relaine, and some Windrunners, they go to Shadesmar, where they see how fucking beautiful
Urithiru
is on the other side. Shallan it's made of, like, fucking raw investiture light.
Yeah, Shallan is like, wow, this is the coolest thing ever. And Meridian is like, do you need me to take over? And she's like, yes. And I thought this moment was actually horribly depressing.
Why?
Because Shallan is like, I don't want to allow myself to actually, like, feel these emotions and, like, revel in the beauty of something, and I need someone to yank me out of it.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was so sad. Like, I think that moment is not actually supposed to mean as much as I think that it does, but to me that it was really awful.
And Brad's like, Renard just go along with it, like, my sister-in-law is just like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone is like, God, you're impulsive.
Yeah. And then it fucks them all over.
Yeah. So Shallan, yeah, I like the moment of Shallan being like, I just want to make something that beautiful. Like, there are shows that I've seen where I'm like, God, I would love to give a performance that good someday in my life.
Yeah, sure.
And I never will. Like, I'm not that good an actor, but I know I'm not. Watching Joshua Henry do Carousel, like, I will never give a performance that good in my life. And I'm okay with that. He's amazing. Seeing Norm Lewis and Audra do Porgy and Bess. I've seen Audra on stage like 6 times. Every time is like, I worked with her. Like, in the rehearsal room, she gave better performances than I'll ever give in my life. And I am okay with that.
Oh my God.
I got to share a rehearsal room with her. I'm good. My life has been pretty special.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, there's some performances that you see. Mark Rylance in La Bête. Oh my God, nothing like that. Yeah. Unreal.
So Shallan's goal is to catch the Ghostbloods as they try to enter the spiritual realm when Dalinar does it, and she's got these guards with her. And she goes to talk to Renarin about Ja'anat playing both sides, because obviously Renarin has a kind of connection to Ja'anat, and Renarin's like, yeah, no, we don't really know what she wants. She just kind of does her own thing, plays both sides on her own side. It's fine.
Like, it says the guy who thinks you're pretending you haven't read these books before thinks you're that good of an actor. Can you imagine being...
That's fair.
Can you imagine us having been 4 years ahead of these books?
That would be pretty impressive.
That we had read all of these before Wheel of Time?
Yeah.
I do love the people that are like, they've clearly read these books before, and then we say shit that's just so fundamentally wrong about the books, and like, chat has to clarify. It's not even that even that we're pretending we haven't read them before. We sometimes actively don't understand them now.
Yeah.
It's not even that we guess stuff in the future. Sometimes we don't understand what we've already read.
Yeah.
The idea that we could have faked this for 4 years.
Yeah.
Given all the dumb shit we've said.
Yep.
Also, I have no filter. Like, the idea that I would have not slipped in whatever 600 hours of book club exists is crazy.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Shallan doesn't have the guards with her. The guards are with Dalinar. No, Raj, the guards who are on the other side, are watching Shadesmar. So Shallan goes through the Oath Gate with Renarin and them, and she talks to the guards on the other side in Shadesmar about has anyone come through the Oath Gate? She's looking for Mraize and for Yaddle to have come through the Oath Gate to the physical realm. Because what Shallan thinks is going to happen is that they're going to have gone through into Shadesmar and then have come through the Oath Gate into the physical realm and need to be near Dalinar on the physical realm side in order to go through the perpendicularity, right? So she talks to those guards. They're like, we haven't seen anyone come through. So she's like, all right, let's all go. We're going to go up to the tower. We're going to go see where they are on this side, and we'll be able to see the souls around Dalinar Navani. And so that's how we'll see if anyone gets close. So they do. They go up into the tower. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Radiant has to do it because Shallan can't. And that's when we cut over to Navani. They take the lift down. They get into the room. And Wit is like, we need you to go into a vision that I understand. So, and he pulls out a rock. He's like, this is the rock that explains the dumb rock shit in Shinovar.
We're going to watch the migrations of humans to Roshar.
I can't wait to see this. I'm so curious.
You think we're actually going to get to see it?
Yeah, this will be in the book. That scene will be in the book.
Oh, I was like, oh great, we're not getting it. I was so excited.
No, I think that the anchor will be strong enough that it's the way back is closed, but we will get to see that scene.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I really, really hope so. Yeah. Yeah, Renarin lets Shallan know that he saw Baido Mishram.
Yeah.
And this is where Renarin is overwhelmed by stimuli. And his Spren tries to dim it for him.
Yeah.
So I was like, I love that. Just like a little like tinted glasses and some loops, like...
Yeah, he's got one of my favorite TikTokers is this guy who loves Dracula, And he has autism headphones, and they have stickers of Dracula on them.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta have the tism headphones.
All right, sure.
It's why you bought me the loops, so that I can de-stimulate when we're in public.
And you never use them.
No, I do. Now that I put them on my keys, I use them a lot more.
Oh, okay, good.
They're not on my keys right now, but when they were on my keys, I was using them a lot.
Yeah.
We haven't been that public lately.
Well, we moved too, so that our keys changed.
Yeah. I should have had them with me at the Pokemon thing.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Navani's like, have you told this shit about their own religion? And it's like, keep meaning to.
Haven't gotten around to that.
She's like,
yet.
have you written any of this down? He's like, no. Keep on meaning to.
I haven't. Yeah.
Ruby Mineshaft, I love the loops. I think they're great. If you remember to have them on you, they are a godsend at loud events. Mm-hmm. I think they are fantastic. Not a sponsor, but Loop, if you wanted to sponsor a show, I would, we're specific about who we take sponsorships from.
Yeah.
I would take that one.
Yeah, 100%.
And so they see a couple of bodies on the physical realm side in Shadesmar, the spots of light. They see Lift is there because they can tell it's cultivation in focused. And also there's another body there. We thought it was the mink. It's not. It's Gavinar. Oops. And she's like, fuck, I thought they were going to be here. Like, it's almost like, who could they have been? And then Shallan is like, oh, shit. And she turns towards the door. And on the other side of the door, she sees the 3 bodies through the light of the guards she brought up to the tower with her. And it's the Ghostbloods, light weaved, because Shallan got by the plan she used.
Trick. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So Dalinar opens a perpendicularity, and it's fight time. Navani can hear the pure tones of Roshar in the perpendicularity, which is really interesting, which means that the pure tones are like in Roshar in all 3 realms.
Yes.
Which I didn't know if the tones were a physical realm thing. Mm-hmm.
Mraize attacks.
Yeah, so
because they realize that Shallan has seen them staring at them, and they're like, "Wait a minute!" And he's got an anti-stormlight dagger. So Shallan's like, "We need to protect the Spren," and Dalinar's perpendicularity opens.
And I made my favorite joke.
Oh.
Because Lika and Britta fight, and I was like, "Oh, there's a Lika in the Britta," and guys, that moment of the reaction, I was so proud of myself. I was so up my own ass that was like the best fucking joke.
This is pretty good.
And
not bad.
The Lika in the Britta, man. Mm-hmm. I think I crushed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need everyone to acknowledge I crushed it.
Yeah.
Also, next week's book club will be 3 hours. I promise. We'll get to the chapters right away. I will have no opinions.
Sure. Yeah. Anyways, they fight. It's a cool fight, honestly. The Mraize ends up getting lashed to the ceiling. Lika ends up dying, and Yaddle is surrounded. Can't do anything. And then Yaddle's like, "Oh man, I hope you didn't like those guards." Yeah, we definitely left the guards as a contingency plan, and so because the Windrunners are so fucking stupid, they don't disarm the people in this room.
They have every advantage here, and they don't disarm anybody.
I'm sorry.
And so they just leave. They just run out of the room. The fight is kind of over, but it's not really over yet, because and so Mraize throws the anti-stormlight dagger into the perpendicularity, potentially
like an idiot,
destroying.
He's like, I don't know what's gonna happen, and this is the part about this that bothers me the most is that Mraize has to know that those 2 Ardents died experimenting with light like this. He has to know it. He knows everything else in the tower. He has to know that there was a fucking explosion that killed people. And he goes, I'm just gonna maybe kill us all and suicide us all because that's for some reason worth it to me.
But also, Shallan is so stupid in all of this. She goes into this fight against anti-light, but doesn't tell Renarin about it.
She doesn't.
She doesn't warn the Windrunner. All she yells is protect the Spren, and hopes that they know. Shallan also falls for her own trick. Shallan, there's so much about and Renarin in this section is Shallan.
Shallan is so impulsive.
What do you mean the Ghostbloods? Why did you not tell us about this? Yeah. Yaddle is the name of the other Yoda species. Yes. Yaddle. I know. I say Yaddle.
Yaddle, yeah.
I'm too dyslexic for them to be different, okay? I'm going to say Yaddle.
I thought it was Ayatil the first time I read it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Shallan and this goes back to the thing I've been saying about Shallan throughout the whole books. And I like that Bernard calls her out. I like that Brandon Sanderson acknowledges this.
Yeah.
She believes she has training she does not have.
Yeah.
She believes she has a history she does not have. And it is getting people killed.
Yeah.
She's just also happens to be good at a few things.
Yeah.
So she's put in positions of power and put in charge.
Yeah.
But like, she is not a soldier. She has 1 year of sword training under Ava.
We need to Scar needs to be fucking disciplined, because if he did not train his Windrunners to like disarm your opponents from their weapons when captured before leaving the room.
Well, and it's so fascinating that this starts with Scar teaching them the lesson of your enemy is going to take your weapons. Like, we watch him teach the lesson of your enemy's going to try and take your weapons. And the Windrunners here do not take weapons.
Yeah, I mean, Scar was basically like, you need to keep your weapon on you at all times because you never know when the enemy might attack.
I know. I like the symmetry of that.
Yeah, this moment pissed me off so much. It did feel like a little bit of an idiot ball. I agree. I do feel like it was intended for the plot to be able to happen. But then again, Mraize says, I don't know what happens when this hits a perpendicularity, and I'm going to risk my life for it. For some reason. Unless Mraize is immortal and we just don't know about it or something. Like, I thought him throwing the dagger was such a stupid decision. After saying he doesn't know what's going to happen.
Oh, it jumps from above. Surely the Radiants all know about Anti-Light by now. I think they know about Anti-Light. I think that Shallan does not establish for these characters that the people they're hunting right now have it. Yes.
I do think that Shallan should have been like, these are people who will have access to this kind of technology. Regardless, it's still a dagger.
I'm a little confused about how he can be lashed while holding the... Huh? It feels like the anti-light dagger should negate the lashing, but I don't really understand.
No, the dagger just sucks it out of you.
Oh yeah.
And creates an explosion, right? Like, it's not like it's yeah.
I just feel like
I don't know if you could lash the tip of the, maybe that would have a reaction.
Yeah, maybe not. I just feel like Shallan really brings some people into a very dangerous situation. Doesn't establish what they're doing. Because Renarin, there's a part in this where Renarin goes like, wait, what are we doing? I don't want to do that. Like, Renarin's like, I don't want to go to the spiritual world. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And now
Shallan just kind of like brings these people into this situation without properly establishing the danger, the risks, who they're up against. Yeah. Shallan is like, hey, I know we're already here. We're about to fight some of the most dangerous intergalactic warriors of all time. And Renarin's like, I'm not a soldier, Shallan.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, it does feel like Shallan has taken a few steps back so that she can redo a hero's journey. Yeah. Because this moment does feel like such an oversight for her. Yeah. That she's going to have to then come to terms with. Like, if Gavinor dies or becomes, like, horribly corrupted, like, that's going to kind of be partially Shallan's fault. Yeah. Like, she's going to have to deal with the consequences of that, so.
She's the one that, like, allowed this to happen.
Yeah.
Not allowed, but like it's her failures that kind of put us in this position.
She did not talk to people beforehand. She chose to hide the fact that she knew the Ghost Bloods from everybody around her. She chose not to warn the guards like, the Windrunners, these people have access to this kind of technology that is potentially very dangerous. And she doesn't double check the guards, even though she literally just pulled this fucking gambit on the Ghost Bloods
I don't really understand why she brings the guards up with her at all. If I'm being honest, like, you have Windrunners, why did you bring regular guards? What were they gonna do?
Anyways, Mraize throws a dagger, and there's a big ol' something bad that happens.
Dalinar and Navani hear screams, and then
they get sucked into the spiritual realm.
Chapter 33, Lift. Witnesses the perpendicularity explode. I thought the guards were posed by Dalinar. No, Dalinar's in the physical realm. We're talking about in the cognitive realm, Raj. The guards in the cognitive realm were brought by Shallan.
Yeah.
Shallan thought she would be able to see the Spren and Shadesmar. Didn't know about the overlaying thing until just before that.
See the Spren and Shadesmar.
Yeah, the overlaying. Okay. But this gets into Brandon Sanderson, like, just introducing an idea with no foreshadowing to just have it work. The overlaying thing should have been introduced earlier.
Well, I don't know. The Whitespurner are able to like spy in the last book by going into. Oh, I guess that's a gem heart. That's different.
It felt like Brandon Sanderson hid a thing in order to hide it from us.
That is very different, yeah.
Just so that this could be a reveal.
Yeah.
And that's fine. He had to do it to have Shallan hold the Super Bowl here, but
yeah. Yeah. So Lift is spying. Turns out Gavinor's there, and he's like, "Is this one of those times where we shouldn't be doing what we're told?" And she's like, "No." The thing explodes. Everyone gets pulled towards perpendicularity. However, Wit saves Lift, grabs her before she enters.
But there's also a weird purple Kremling with wings in the walls. This is important. In the ventilation shaft with them is a Kremling, and someone, is it Lift that says it or is it Wit that says it? And it's like, I wonder if they'll figure out what that is. Which was fascinating to me. So I think that there is a sleepless in the tower. And part of that sleepless is in the spiritual realm with them now.
Like half of its body?
I think it's just one Kremling. But I think one Kremling of a sleepless is with them on this journey.
Love that for them.
I don't know. I think that this is going to be really important. Because
Because why mention it?
Because Lift acknowledges the Kremling in the shaft and Wit does. So I think this is going to be really important. Oh, Hoyd got the sleepless? Ah, shit. I thought the sleepless went in. Damn it.
Oh, right. Yes, okay.
I thought...
Right. Because he's like, I got you both. And I thought that he meant both Windle and Lift.
I thought he meant Lift and Windle.
Yes.
I didn't realize he meant Lift and the sleepless. Because why would Windle go if Lift didn't?
Hilarious.
Fuck. This is why I'm glad we do book club. This is why we haven't read the books before. We're just wrong. Cool. Okay, so, oh shit. I thought there was going to be a piece of a sleepless with them.
That would be very funny.
Damn it.
Anyways, Kaladin tries to make stew that's not great. So he goes to try practicing the flute, which he's not very good at because it's a flute.
And he's trying to learn how to play flute from a piece of paper. He's trying to learn how to play flute the way that Shallan learned how to draw, but he doesn't have the ability to pull fortune.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Anyways, Ishi appears. We cut to Lopin.
Hello.
Yeah, and we kind of did already talk about this scene because they're like, what do we do? And Lopin's like, well, like, there's nothing that we actually can do, so we probably should just kind of leave it alone and they'll figure it out. If they're dead, can we do anything? Yeah. No. If they're alive, can we do anything? No. Anyways, have you ever seen Vani eat chowder before? That's a weird...
Okay, here's what I think is happening. I think that Wit has put a light weaving on Lift, and Lift and Wit have to pretend to be Dalinar Navani.
Yes, 100%.
I think that they are going
100%.
to...
Because Wit is like, if we tell people, this is going to make the tower fall apart. And so they're going to be pretending to be Navani and Dalinar. And
Yasna's going to... which is interesting to me, because Yasna's going to have to go to the Shattered Plains? No, Thalana. Yasna's going to to Thalana.
Yes.
She's going to go do that on her own without Wit. And I think it's actually kind of nice to separate them for her military stuff so that Wit can't be too much of an influence on what she does.
Yes.
So it can really feel like Yasna has her moments there.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Kaladin and Ishi have a little chit-chat where Ishar thinks that he is the Almighty and that everyone should be worshiping him. We also find out this crazy piece of information that Ishar, because he created the Oath Pact, he can actually take on the other herald's pain.
Yeah.
Or at least he says that he can, which maybe is why he's so fucked up. Except for Towns. I guess he can't take Towns because Towns was left behind.
I think he can. I think he chooses not to.
Oh, I thought he couldn't because Town was left behind.
No, I think he could have, but I think he would have been taking pain of someone in the other planet getting tortured. And so he was like, oh, no, he can have that by himself. I'm not.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, so anyways, Ishi is like, I don't need your help, but you have to help Zeth in his quest, and I will speak to you again. Don't know what that quest is. This
felt very video gamey to me of like, we will talk when you have completed the main quest, and then I will be there for the end game content.
Yeah.
When a game like introduces you to the end game content in the middle of the story so that you know what you're looking forward to.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Or like when you like meet Giovanni and he's like, I'm the 8th gym leader. I will see you after you get the other 7 badges.
Yeah. Or like you know, like you know that your dad is the gym leader in Gen 3, and then you have to like go fight your dad.
Yeah, he's like, when you challenge your 5th gym, I'll be waiting there for you, son.
Yeah.
It was very like it felt like Brandon Sanderson trying to let the audience know, like, hey, I know that Kaladin is looking for Ishii. We are going to deal with Zeth first, and then we'll deal with this.
This is the order of operations, okay?
Robinson says, funny parallel that Ishii in this book and Ishii in Wheel of Time, both insane, have delusions of grandeur.
I think it's got to be intentional.
It's a reference. Yeah, it's a reference to the Wheel of Time.
Yeah, and it's a very small one, but I think that it's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the book.
That's not the book. That is day 2 of the book. We are...
No, that's the end. We're not reading anymore. I'm done.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not done. God, this book club, I feel like this book club felt negative. I was trying to talk to a lot of feelings I had while reading this section, because but I honestly think right now, this book is like a 7.5 out of 10.
That's still pretty high.
It's still pretty good.
Still pretty high.
It has a lot of moments that make me go like, what are we doing? But
yeah,
I'm enjoying it enough, and there's great individual scenes. I'm really hoping that now that all of the plot lines are introduced and we've got some people, some places, we know who's with who, I'm hopeful that we can now settle into some rhythm. I hope the book can find the rhythm of war. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I want this book to find its vibe.
Yes, 100%.
We've done so much work to tie off all the loose ends of Rhythm of War, and so much work to start the storylines here. And I am genuinely interested in them. We've talked to... There's literally no one's sexuality left to discuss. So I'm hopeful that day 2 was a lot of work to get to a point where we can like really have the vibe moving forward be just more cohesive.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. I actually like the book right now. I like it more than Rhythm of War, weirdly. Even though I think the start of Rhythm of War is stronger. The thing that's missing right now is that the vibes are weird.
Yeah.
And if we can just kind of pool some of these vibes together and get them just kind of coalesce a little, I think that a lot of this shit is strong.
Yeah, once we stop with the TikTok talking points.
Yeah.
Which I know is my favorite phrase this book club. I've said it like 6 times, but I don't know how else to describe it. Once we're done with that, I'm going to enjoy this a lot more.
But like, I don't know. I feel like I had a lot to complain about this week that are these individual moments, but I don't actually like dislike the book that much.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm having a good time. I like some of these things a lot more than I expected to.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got 6 reaction chapters for next week. Hell yeah.
I know why Fen has weirdly been in the book so far. It's because
weirdly been in the book?
Well, like the sexy scene with her, and then her being invited to the council scene with to talk about Dalinar becoming a god.
Yeah.
Like she didn't really do anything there. I'm not sure why. Brandon Sanderson is setting up that she's going to be the one that Lift is spending time with as Navani and has to convince that she's Navani. That's why Fen is going to be the like antagonist to the Lift is running Urithiru plotline, because Fen knows Navani.
Oh, interesting.
That's what I think that's what it's establishing.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm into that.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's true. We haven't explored everyone's sexuality. I don't know who Zeth wants to bone down.
I don't think we will explore his sexuality.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, his sexuality is Sword Nimi.
You just said, what is Nightblood's sexuality? Y'all, it has been 4 hours. We are going to get the fuck out of here, so we're going to do high-low.
Great.
Yeah.
What's your high?
My high for day 2, my high for day 2, is... You know what? I should have pre-prepared this. Trying to think of the moments that actually... Fuck. What is my high? I don't have like a standout, actually.
I love that you're like, we're going to end this right now. We're pulling this in under 4 hours and then immediately...
Why don't we alternate? This time you do your high first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my high for this section of reading... is the second Zeth flashback. The moral complexity with which Brandon Sanderson wove Zeth being forced into this decision by his family was genuinely very interesting to me. And it felt like some of the moral ambiguity questions from like Words of Radiance and Oathbringer that I really liked about Stormlight. I really liked that. The first one was fine. It was interesting, but the second Zeth chapter to me was the highlight of the read this week. I thought it was just a really cool acknowledgement of these people being like, we are religious, we do believe this, but being religious is hard, and sometimes sometimes you don't do the right thing, and then your child feels guilty about it for the rest of his life and ends up becoming a monster. And now he's on his redemption path. But no, I found that chapter genuinely very fascinating.
Yeah. My low is the fucking conversation about hypochondria. Yeah, that chapter. I was like, this is so cringy. Yeah. What's your low? Because I think we said it might be the same, but
I think it's the feeling of the checklist.
Yeah.
It's not really anything particular. It's just the feeling of this book being longer so that we can have representation that is only there to be representation.
Yeah.
As opposed to it mattering in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Like, the representation that old people still have sex is something that I'm like, I don't know that I needed this book to get into, especially because I know that Dalinar and Navani have sex. Mm-hmm. Like, you've kind of already had that kind of, like, older love stuff done really well. Yeah.
I think my high is honestly going to be the scenes with Renarin and Relaine that are kind of after the... Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, in the vision section?
Yeah.
That section's great.
In the vision section, I think that, like, the queerness of it was handled really well from Elaine's point of view. Like, there was some really interesting stuff in there that I thought was nuanced in a way that some of the other conversations were not as much. But yeah, that's going to be my high for day 2. What?
2 questions back to back here at the end. Raj says, where do you think the Adolin and Dalinar relationship is going? And Embrai says, first time through, I'm also worried about Adolin becoming Odium's champion. There's one occasion under which I think that Adolin becomes Odium's champion.
Which is?
If something happens to Gavinor. And Adolin blames Dalinar for it.
And so what? Adolin is like, yeah, Odium should take over and we should all be perpetual war slaves? I don't know why.
Look, I'm not saying it would be rational. But Adolin coming back and finding out that Gavinor was taken with them to the spiritual realm and something happened to him would fuck up Adolin.
Well, Adolin doesn't interact with Gavinor in this series at all. So I think
he's
that
still
would be...
a kid, though.
Sure.
I barely interact with my nieces and nephew, and if someone did anything to any of them, I would become insensate.
Yes, but this is a story, and you should establish relationships between characters if they're going to have an emotional impact on how the story resolves.
But Adolin's anger at Dalinar, he's already acknowledged is irrational, and is already based on Dalinar losing a family member. So, like, I'm not even saying that it wouldn't come out of nowhere, right? It would be fuel thrown on the fire of...
But what would be the point in winning for Odium?
We have 1,000 more pages. I don't know. That's just why I'm saying that's the only way I think we could get there.
Yeah, I don't know.
It would have to involve Adolin's fury at something happening to Gavinor. It's the only way I could see it happening, because I don't see it happening. I don't see Adolin becoming Odium's champion. Because of Shallan, like, you know, but if Shallan dies, and Gavinor dies, and all of the people in his life doesn't come back, I don't know. When are we going to talk about Brochar, the Brolight Archives, Brolinar? That is for members and patrons only.
Yeah, we don't have time to talk about that today.
4 hours. I'm so sorry. I know you hate me.
Why?
Clarce, guys, if this show doesn't get shorter, Clarce is going to divorce me.
Oh my god, yes. It's such a hardship.
We'll keep doing the show, but we will be divorced.
Be a different vibe.
If you like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave me comments down below because the algorithm god is hungry and we must feed her. This episode, that algorithm goddess is...
Lift as Navani.
Oh my god. I
can't wait
I
for
really
that.
hope we're right about this because I'm so excited for it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't tell you how excited I am to have Lift pretending to be Navani.
Well, I think it'll bring some humor into the book that will feel necessary as it gets darker.
And then as Navani, she's going to be hitting on Windrunners. That's so... Oh my god, there's so much comedic potential.
Oh god.
Oh wait, that's so funny.
Okay, anyways, bye, chat.
Do something nerdy tonight. Smut Corner.
Look,
Brandon wrote it himself. What do you want us to do?
I
They fucked in the shower. The Spren cheered. We can't top that. Except Kaladin and Zeth are definitely going to suck each other off.
Just, you know, to see how it feels one time.
They're going to 69.
Although it's only 10 days. It's not that long.
You can do a lot in 10 days.
I just mean, like, you don't get that, like, sense of loneliness.
I mean, I think that Zeth has had that sense of loneliness for a long time.
Oh, fair.
That's why Kaladin's practicing the flute.
That makes sense.
But thank you, mods. Do
Bye,
something
guys.
nerdy night.